तू यहोवा शक्ति तू यीशु पिता प्रभु तू रुद्र विष्णु तू राम कृष्ण तू रही बताओ तू साई रही बताओ तू वासुदेव गो विश्वरूप तू चिदानंद हरि तू अद्वितीय तू अकार निर्भय आत्मलिंग शिव तू साई आत्मलिंग शिव तू साई आत्मलिंग शिव तू।
गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामभित्रयवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम्। यश्छन्दसां वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽध्यमृतात् सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासम् शरीरं मे विचर्षणम् जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुवम् ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय मेधा देवी जुषमाणा न आगात् विश्वाची भद्रा सुमनस्यमाना त्वया जुष्टानुदमाना दुरुक्तान् बृहद्वदेम विदते सुवीराः त्वया जुष्टऋषिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मा गतः श्रीरुतत्वया त्वया जुष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो जुषस्वद्रविणो न मेधे मेधां म इन्द्रो ददातु मेधां देवी सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विनाहुभावा धत्तां पुष्करस्रजा अप्सरासु च या मेधा गन्धर्वेषु च यन्मनः दैवी मेधा सरस्वती सामा मेधा सुरभिर्जुषताग स्वाहा आमा मेधा सुरभिर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगति जगम्या ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सामा मेधा सुप्रतीकाजुषन्ता मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो ददातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि इन्द्र इन्द्रियं ददातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो भ्राजो ददातु हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
महागणपते नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते मातङ्गमुखा नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते गणपते नमोस्तुते हिमाद्रिजासुत नमोस्तुते नमोस्तुते हिमाद्रिजासुत नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते मातङ्गमुखा नमोस्तुते मातङ्गमुखा नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते हिमाद्रिजासुत नमोस्तुते हिमाद्रिजासुत नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते ओंकारेश्वर नमोस्तुते महागणपते नमोस्तुते पर्तीश्वरा सत्य साईश्वरा पर्तीश्वरा सत्य साईश्वरा पर्तीश्वरा सत्य साई ईश्वरा ईश्वरा सत्य साई ईश्वरा दया करो हरि नारायणा दया करो हरि नारायणा दया करो हरि नारायणा दया करो हरि नारायणा श्री साई नारायणा साई श्री साई नारायणा साई श्री साई नारायणा श्री साई नारायणा भवसागरोद्धार भुवनावना भवसागरोद्धार भुवनावना शरणागत प्राण नारायण शरणागत प्राण नारायण दया करो हरि नारायण दया करो हरि नारायण श्री साई नारायण साई साई नारायण साई श्री साई नारायण श्री साई नारायण परमेश्वरा सत्य साईश्वरा सत्य साईश्वरा दया करो हरि नारायणा दया करो हरि नारायणा श्री साई नारायणा साई भवसागरोद्धार भुवनावना शरणागत प्राण नारायण दया करो हरि नारायण दया करो हरि नारायण श्री साई नारायण साई श्री साई नारायण साई श्री साई नारायण श्री साई नारायण परमेश्वरा सत्य साईश्वरा
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम
रे भजो साई हरे राम
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम
गोविंद गोपाल 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 साई हरे राम
माधव मोहन साई हरे राम
माधव मोहन
साई हरे राम।
माधव मोहन साई हरे राम।
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम।
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम।
श्री मधुसूदन भव भय भंजना।
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 हरे प्रेमानंद से बोलो राम हरे राम।
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 गोविंद गोपाल साई हरे राम।
गोविंद गोपाल साई हरे राम।
माधव मोहन 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 साई हरे राम।
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम।
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम।
गोविंद गोपाल साई हरे राम।
गोविंद गोपाल साई हरे राम।
माधव मोहन साई हरे राम।
माधव मोहन साई हरे राम।
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम।
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम।
श्री मधुसूदन भव भय भंजना।
श्री मधुसूदन भव भय भंजना।
हरे प्रेमानंद से बोलो राम हरे राम।
हरे प्रेमानंद से बोलो राम हरे राम।
गोविंद गोपाल साई हरे राम।
गोविंद गोपाल साई हरे राम।
माधव मोहन 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 साई हरे राम।
भजो रे भजो साई हरे राम।
खंड खंडांतर ఖ్యాతినార్జించిన మహనీయులను గన్న మాతృభూమి పాశ్చాత్య వీరుల పరద్రోలించియు స్వాతంత్రమును గన్న సమరభూమి సంగీత సాహిత్య శాస్త్రీయ విద్యలందు దిశక్తి చూపిన దివ్య భూమి చిత్రకళలతోడ చిత్రమైనట్టి భరత భూమి యందు జననముంది భరతమాత ధర్మ భాగ్యం కాపాడ బాధ్యతంతయు మీదే భక్తులారా బాధ్యతంతయు మీదే భక్తులారా
Sri Sai Ram. Respected Director, Warden, dear teachers, elders, guests, and my dear student brothers, welcome to the summer course in Indian culture and spirituality. What better way could we have to begin this summer course than to listen to the Lord describe about the glory of our motherland? The summer course marks the beginning of the academic calendar, and for the students, these 2 days offer a glimpse into the rich and varied heritage of our Mother India. It is my pleasure to invite onto the podium the first speaker for the day, Professor C.N. Sundaresan. He would be introducing the summer course and would be setting the context for the same. Professor C.N. Sundaresan joined the Bachelor of Science from 1977 and completed it in 1980 in the erstwhile Sri Satya Sai Arts, Science and Commerce College, as our Brindavan was known earlier. He completed his Master of Science from 1980 to 1982 from the Central College, Bangalore University. He did his PhD in Synthetic Organic Chemistry between 1985 and 88 from the Department of Chemistry, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Prashanthi Nilayam. Thereafter, he joined as a lecturer under the direct command of our beloved Bhagwan and has guided and inspired several generations of students hence. He is currently serving as the director of the Brindavan campus and the Dean of Research, SSSIHL. Professor C.N. Sundaresan.
Invoking Swami's grace, love, and blessings, I extend a cordial welcome to all our respected elders, guests, faculty, parents, and students who are attending the summer course in Indian culture and spirituality. Thank you, Abhishek, for your kind introduction. The inauguration of the first summer course was in 1972 in Brindavan. Chosen students, both boys and girls from all over India, had the unique good fortune of attending a month-long summer course in Indian culture and spirituality. This heralded the beginning of a great platform for the fortunate few to learn and practice the nobler values of life and thus sanctify their lives. Since then, thousands of students have immensely benefited and learned the art of virtuous living. I would now read out part of the contents of the inaugural address delivered by Bhagwan during the month-long summer course held in 1979. It so succinctly explains the need and the relevance of summer course to all in general and youth in particular. Bharat, the birthplace of spirituality, has been witness to a decline in righteousness and has gradually become a veritable abode of demonic tendencies that nourish injustice, disorder, and unethical conduct. It is the duty of the students in such a malice-ridden society in this terrible age of Kali, with all its rampant vices, to see the righteousness and love are resuscitated and peace and security assured. Just as mothers feel sorry for the children who are backward in education or in some other aspects of life, Mother India too laments over the spiritual and moral degradation of our children. To remove this agony of Mother India, the students should fulfill their duties. In doing so, they would well remember that citizens, the elders, the men wielding authorities, and the great leaders were all at one time students themselves, and that they too, in time and in their turn, will be leaders and citizens of tomorrow. The greatness of an individual depends on the cultural perfection he has attained. Culture does not connote mere diligence. It means the removal of evil thoughts and propensities and promotion of the good thoughts and qualities. It is against this background that the students of today must act. They must realize that the moral strength in them is being sapped by the Western culture and education. Western culture is the culture of the metropolises, where the multiplication of individual desires that led man to misery and unhappiness. Indian culture, however, is the culture that prevails in the rural milieu, where desires are few and contentment rides high. In the present context, therefore, we should seek education which confers the joy of a contented life. To live such a sacred and exemplary life is the duty of the students today. In the field of education, as in any other sphere of human endeavor, we are faced with baffling problems. The present educational system does little for the purification, the enrichment, and the spiritual unfoldment of man. It has merely brought society to the brink of disaster. In addition, we have the constant babble and meaningless prattle that intellectuals and pundits trying to thrust upon the administration of the country, thereby reducing the nation to a kingdom of rabbits. The spread of modern education has in its train spiritual retrogression and the surfeit of selfishness. We therefore require today patriotic students with broad minds, men of action, capable of selfless service and sacrifice, simple living and high thinking. That should be the ideal for us, not high living and low thinking, which seems to be the maxim of modern education. It is to impart to you such wholesome ideas and to enrich your value systems that the Sri Satya Sai Central Trust has been conducting this summer courses. These courses offered you an opportunity to gainfully spend time imbibing the high ideals of life that provide you with the spiritual nourishment, unquote. Thousands of students who had the fortune of attending the summer courses will vouchsafe for the great impact it had in their professional and spiritual lives. In the contemporary world, the Vedic dictum, Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu, the Bharatiyas pray for the welfare and the well-being of all beings of all the worlds. This is the foremost principle of Bharatiya culture. The culture of Bharat is eternal, everlasting, and steadfast. Valuables we possess may impress others, but the values we practice will inspire others. In the current times, when the virtual mode is extensively used, the following statements in the social media parlance will sum up the objective of noble and higher learning. You cannot upload love. You cannot download time. You cannot Google for all the answers of your life. Just log in with God's presence and you will surely like the status of your life. We have many eminent speakers and very distinguished alumni who will be sharing their valuable thoughts and experiences and wisdom with all those who are attending this summer course today and tomorrow. To recapitulate what Swami has written to the Brindavan students in the late 1970s, make the best use of this opportunity. Even countless birds will not get back this great good fortune. It is customary in our Indian tradition to start with Shantri Mantram, Sahana Vavatu, which is taken from the Krishna Ayurveda Taittiriya Upanishads. Sahana Vavatu, Sahanau Gunantu, Sahaviryam Karavabahe, Tejasvina Aditamastu, Mavit Vishabahe. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shantihi. May He protect us together. May He nourish us together. May He Allow us to work together with great energy. May our study be vigorous and effective. May we not mutually dispute. Let there be peace in me. Let there be peace in my environment. And let there be peace in the forces that act on me. Let us all always stay in God's embrace, and our lives will be fruitful and sincere. Sai Ram.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context for the summer course in Indian culture and spirituality. It is now my pleasure to invite Sri Venkatramana Gosavi for the inaugural address. Sri Venkatramana Gosavi comes from a family of Sai devotees and has been associated with the Sri Satya Sai Seva organizations since 1989. He joined the Karnataka State Youth Coordination Team in 2004 and has been associated with several landmark spiritual programs, such as the very first Atirudra Mahayajna at Prashanti Nilayam, International Youth Conference in 2007, and Shiva Parvati Kalyana Mahotsavam in 2010 at Prashanti Nilayam, to name a few, and all under the direct guidance of Bhagwan. Sri Gosavi holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication and also a Master of Business Administration. He has a very successful career in the global IT industry from 1989 till date and is presently the Senior Vice President and Global Head of Sales and Alliances for Finacle, which is one of the world's leading universal banking software project. Sri Gosavi.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Sai Mata Pita Dina Bandhu Sakha Tere Charanon mein Sai Mera Koti Pranam. Offering our loving obeisances at the divine lotus feet of our Lord and Master Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, respected Director Professor Sundareshan, Dr. Ravi Kumar Warden, eminent faculty members of the Vrindavan campus who have inspired many over generations, the students who are participating today in the summer course, both who are here as well as online, parents, guests, and everyone who's, according to Swami Sankalpa, is watching today's program. I offer my most loving Sai Ram to all of you. I consider it my life's privilege to be amongst you in this pristine and hallowed campus of Vrindavan on the occasion of the summer course for the year 2021. I want you to picture a situation, and I will then be able to dwell upon what that means for many of us. 40 years ago, there was a young boy who was leaving his home for the first time. He was 16 years old, and his parents said, "From tomorrow morning, we are not going to be there with you to tell you what is right and what is wrong. We are hoping that all the values, the teachings or the learnings which we have given you through your life will actually stand you in good stead. And you will make the right choices, because you will have to make those choices on your own, probably without consulting us. And those choices will, depending on whether you are going to make the right choice or a choice which is not on the right path, will determine the future of your life. With Bhagwan's divine blessings and the grace of several generations of my elders, that person of 40 years ago is none but myself who's standing here today. As Bhagavan said in his inaugural divine discourse, in his exhortation to the students of the summer course, creation is an amalgam of joy and grief, right and wrong, cold and warmth. Sometimes it's also about renunciation and greed. So he says, none of these things can be reduced to zero in this world. What can actually happen, depending on the loyalty you show to the qualities, is you can reduce the wrong, you can reduce the grief, and thereby you can actually increase like the good which is there in this world. I was actually telling both Dr. Ravi Kumar and Professor Sundareshan today morning, as they very graciously hosted me to a very good breakfast, in the hostel, that we spent 15 days earlier in August, in this month of August, the state of Karnataka was very fortunate to spend 15 days in Prashant Nilayam offering seva at Swami's Divine Lotus Feet across several points, of the Prashanti Ashram. I met a devotee who actually came there for the first time, who had the great good fortune of having many personal interviews with Swami. I believe there was a situation in his life one day where he and his father both were asked by Swami to come to Prashant Nilayam, and there was a dilemma in their mind, and the dilemma was that Swami himself has given the muhurtam for a namakaranam, a naming ceremony of a newborn in our family, which is 24 hours away. But today he has actually he has summoned us to Prashant Nilayam physically, and we have to go there. But anyway, they were so attuned to Swami's commands that they went to Prashant Nilayam. Swami called them in, he spoke to them, and then he said, Nale nimma maneyalli namakarana ide alva. In Kannada, he actually said, tomorrow is the naming ceremony in your house. They said, yes, Swami, but you called us, so we came here. So then, in a turn of events, in 15 minutes, I believe he said to the father, he said, you can go back to Bangalore, but let your son stay here. So, because that is what was Swami's command, and they were devoted, and they were used to always taking Swami's command as the mantra or the Veda mantra or the final word, the father returned to Bangalore, the boy stayed back, and next day morning, he presented himself at Darshan. And Swami said, why are you here today? You are supposed to be in the Namakarana. Then he said, but Swami, yesterday evening you said that, I should stay here and my father should go back. And I believe Swami was so happy. And he actually took both his cheeks and he said, because I told you to stay, you decided not even to be there in that Namakarana. So, you have made the right choice in your life. So, in these brief 10 minutes of interaction with you, I just thought I should focus on the fact that each and every one of us will always be at a situation in our lives, personal, professional, academic, temporal, each of those occasions in our life. I think what we have to do is we have to make the right choice. The lofty objectives behind the summer course, the fact that, younger generation of people should be exposed to our Indian culture and spirituality. They should understand the wider meaning of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. I mean, director just referred to the fact about Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu, the broad ideals which we've been all told about. The fact that the whole world is one family is something which Swami espoused on many, many occasions. I think it is very important today for each and every participant of the summer course to be able to imbibe these very, very broad lessons which Swami taught us in our best interest. I want to give you another example here of the impact which this summer course has made. And I'm now speaking to you as a member of the Sai organization, because I think by inviting me here today, what the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning has actually done is that they have actually given a great place of pride, and they have recognized the Sri Satya Sai organization just by asking me to be present here, at this inaugural function. The gentleman who was the state president of Sri Satya Sai Seva Organization Karnataka before me, Sri Nagesh Dakappa, is India's longest serving state president of the Satya Sai organization. He actually was summoned by Bhagavan and said, I know that you're working in Goa, but you have to be here for 1 month in the summer course. And after the summer course was over, like Swami said, I'm giving you some more work, so you are actually going to your native place, completing the work and coming and meeting me in Prashantilayam and updating me whether the task is completed. So Dakappa sir actually in the 2012 summer course, in the valedictory address, actually narrated this incident in great detail to all the devotees who were present. And he said, after I reported to Bhagavan in Prashantilayam about the task which he had given me, I wrote a resignation letter and I actually went to Goa, saying, anyway, I have lost my job because I have been absent from this place for 45 days. Which company is going to allow an absence without notice of this type? And actually, when he went to the chief engineer there and said, sir, you don't need to say anything to me, I am giving my resignation. He said, foolish fellow, please keep quiet. I have actually promoted you and also given you the salary for all your absent. Just you go silently and report in that place where you are supposed to work. So this is what is actually possible with Bhagavan's divine grace. And, in the divine discourse, like Swami says, that if you have strong faith in God, what can happen is, like even the impossible is something which becomes possible for you. I want to share here in the remaining 3 or 4 minutes which are available to me, an incident which happened in 2006 of the Atirudra Mahayagna, where the youth of Karnataka were very graciously permitted by Bhagavan to perform the Yagnam in his divine presence. At that point of time, given my role, I was traveling globally and I was actually in Oman the day Swami called all the Karnataka youth for interview. So I remember calling our brother Vinay Kumar, who at that point of time was the state youth coordinator, and saying, I'm in Oman and I'm not very sure what is going to happen. He said, no, Swami has given the interview today and he has also told me what duty has to be given to you. So you are the person who is responsible for the registration of all the participants, and you are also the one who has to accompany every guest every afternoon to the veranda. So you have to come. So I remember landing in Bangalore at 6 o'clock in the morning, leaving for Prashantilayam at 9 o'clock in the morning and staying there for 21 days. I also want to say one thing. On many occasions, Bhagavan has said, I don't want your capability, I only want your availability. There are other occasions where Bhagavan has said that if you do my work, then I will do your work better than you. I'm sure each and every one of you, as alumni, as students of Bhagavan's institutions, are actually aware of this dictum from Bhagavan. So I want to share with you what happened in that 2006 August. Before I went as a participant to the Atirudra Mahayagna, as a part of the core team, I actually submitted a bid which was historic from an Infosys point of view in 2006. And for 21 days, there was no phone call. I did not have any access to email. Communication technology in 2006 was very, very different from what it is in 2021. But when I came out of the Atirudra Mahayagna, because Swami said, only tomorrow I'm going to give Pada Namaskar to all the core team members. He didn't allow us to go on the day of the Purnahuti. So we were there for the Pada Namaskar, and Swami said, I'm very happy with all of you. You conducted this with great discipline. And I want to tell you as an organization member that Bhagavan has always said to the organization members, remember that whatever you are doing, the world thinks that Sai Baba is doing. And I will mention the statement in Kannada and then translate it for you. And Swami said, Neen enadru tapp madidre, naanu chikkavanaagಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. Which means, he said, if you make a mistake as a member of the Sai organization, actually, my reputation is going to be affected. Because people will say, oh, this is being done in the name of Sai Baba, and this is the way these people are working. So, all of us, every day of our lives, are conscious of the fact that He is the one who gives the idea, He is the one who gives us the opportunity, He is the one who gives us the strength to execute, and He is the one to whom all the results have to be offered. In conclusion, I just want to say to each and every participant of the summer course, just like many other people who've been fortunate to be in the summer course, please don't be plagued by self-doubt. In the inaugural discourse in 1973, Bhagavan said, all of you may be wondering, 300 people are seated in this summer course and they are going to participate for 1 year, for 1 month. But what is the impact they are going to be able to make on this large country like India or on this world? And Swami said, you should consider yourself to be fortunate, because there are thousands of people who are army jawans or sepoys, but the leaders are very few. So the people who are a part of the summer course, as Bhagavan himself said on that day, they are the commanders, the generals, the leaders whom he chose, saying, I'm going to impart that training to you. You have to put up with all those inconveniences or difficulties which are coming to you in the early part of your life. That means you are being trained to shoulder greater responsibilities. And when you go into the large outside world, people will look at you, and you will, with your conduct, with the principles which have been ingrained into you through the summer course of, which has been held in the Vrindavan campus, you will be able to communicate to the outside world that there is individual good, then there is societal good. If there is societal good, then the nation will be good. And if all the nations, the comity of nations, when they experience plentifulness, prosperity and peace, then he says the world at large will be at peace. I am indeed very grateful to Professor Sundaresan and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to say a few words, at this inaugural session. I want to pray earnestly to Bhagavan to bless all of you, to bless each and every participant, so that the expectations which the Lord has from us, we are able to at least come close and we are able to fulfill those expectations. Let's remember that it's only His grace which is bringing all of us together. It's only His grace which is enabling all of us to work together. And let us all be a part of this divine mission of Bhagavan as we build a more united, more peaceful and a happy world for all of us. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful inaugural address. And thank you for rightly reminding us that always for us, the right choice is to simply listen implicitly to the word of the Lord. In Indian culture, and even across the world, one of the favorite deities for many people is Lord Krishna, whose birth we will be celebrating in a few days from now. Even as children, I'm sure that many of us would listen to the tales of the Lord from our mothers and grandmothers, and even Balvika's gurus, about this mischievous Lord who would tie up plaits of hair from two gopikas and would run away when they tried to catch him. We would also listen in awe about how that very same Lord masterminded the victory at Kurukshetra. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, with the same family on either side, waiting for the war to begin, Lord Krishna gave His word. And His word has guided humanity for the last 5 millennia or so. The Bhagavad Gita has withstood even time to give us invaluable lessons ranging from devotion to non-dualism. To give us a few insights on these lessons, we have with us today Dr. Mahesh Narayan. Dr. Mahesh Narayan had his first darshan of Swami way back in 1965 in Bombay as a 1-year-old. His parents were ardent devotees of Shirdi Sai Baba, and when they were told of Swami being a reincarnation of Shirdi Sai, they just readily accepted it. Having undergone his schooling in Delhi and Calcutta, he did his medical education at the Madras Medical College. Swami then performed his marriage to the daughter of Professor Narendra, who was the first principal of the Vrindavan campus in 1989, here at the Kalyana Mandapam in Vrindavan. As per Swami's instructions and with his divine blessings, he pursued his higher medical education at the United Kingdom and got his FRCS, the Fellowship of the Royal College of Surgeons, in ENT from the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh. He currently practices as an ENT surgeon in the UK, and his passion for teaching has led him to teach medical students and junior doctors on a regular basis. He and his wife remain active members of the Sri Satya Sai organization in the United Kingdom. He has been a Bal Vikas Guru for over 3 decades and is actively involved in the Guru's training in the UK. He also has held various office bearer posts in the Sri Satya Sai organization of UK, including the regional president. With Swami's blessings, he has been a visiting doctor at the Sri Satya Sai General Hospital in Prasanthi Nilayam and has also served as the editor for the Sai Reflections magazine, published in the UK. Dr. Mahesh Narayan.
Om Shri Sai Ram. My loving and prayerful salutations at the lotus feet of our beloved, loving God. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, I'm grateful for the singular honor. As Brother Gosavi just said, it is probably the highest honor that I can get in my life. To be able to address the summer course in Vrindavan. I'm well aware of the fact that there are great scholars and intellectuals also listening in. All I'm saying is that all that I am going to say is based on what lessons I have learnt from Bhagwan's own teachings and writings on this favorite book of mine, the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. As you know, Swami has written extensively on the Bhagavad Gita in the Gita Vahini. He also delivered the summer showers in 1979, which was entirely based on the Bhagavad Gita. And then there was a series of lectures in 1984, 34 lectures on the Bhagavad Gita. Other than that, every other discourse of Swami's, if not every discourse, there is at least a small phrase or some allusion to this incredible scripture. First and foremost, the most important lesson that one has from this is that the Bhagavad Gita is not merely a Parayana Grantha. It is not merely for reading and contemplating. But Swami has said it is an Acharana Grantha. It is a book, a manual to be put into practice. We all know of the scene where Arjuna requests the Lord to take his chariot in between the two opposing armies of kinsmen, of people who know each other, who are related through blood. And then he is wanting to survey the scene prior to the battle. This brings us to one of the most important lessons about the eligibility of receiving the Bhagavad Gita. Swami has very categorically said that it is not just available to the extraordinary amongst men. It is available to anybody who hungers for God. For all of us have been endowed with the discrimination to realize that there is something common, basic, which is the basis to all this that is changing, this world of flux. That underlying commonality, that is the Atman or God, is available to everybody. And even the most heinous sinner, Swami has said, even the one who has committed the worst of sins, can quickly cleanse his heart through surrendering to the Lord in anguished repentance. So it's available to every single person. This brings us to the next point about eligibility. So why did Arjuna, and this is entirely based upon what Swami has said, these are all little lessons for us. Why does Arjuna get it? Or let's put it this way, why don't others get it? Who might well be deserving of this same Bhagavad Gita. Swami starts off by saying, why not Yudhishthira? Yudhishthira was Dharmaraja after all. He led a life of dharma. Why does he not get it? And Swami says he is able to repent about things that he does, rather than having foresight. He does not think before. Classic example is going into the game of dice. He hasn't thought this beforehand. Whereas you look at Arjuna, what did he do? Even before the battle, he wants to see, he wants to survey the scene. He is considering the consequences of what are going to happen. So Yudhishthira does not get it. Then the other older brother, Bhima, why does he not get it? Bhima, Swami says, has got physical brawn, but he lacks the necessary intellectual capacity to digest this great teaching. Then, of course, Bhishma. Why does Bhishma not get it? After all, Bhishma again leads a very dharmic life. But then Swami goes on to say, Bhishma, although he knew which side had dharma on it and which side did not have dharma on it, he chooses to be the commander-in-chief for the side which represents adharma. So there is a disharmony, or as they say in modern English, a cognitive dissonance between his thought, word, and deed. So Bhishma becomes ineligible. Finally, we come to Arjuna himself. Why Arjuna? And then Swami goes on to elaborate why Arjuna. The word Arjuna itself means pure, Swami says. Pure. So again, we already spoke about purification by anguished repentance. Purification through namasmarana, Swami has said. Arjuna represents that quality of purity. Then Swami went on to teach us, these are all different lessons, the 4 qualifications for him to receive the Bhagavad Gita. The first one is Vishada. Vishada or despondency. Despondency or despair not on worldly matters. Despondency about what is the right thing to do. What is dharma? What is adharma? That is his despondency. He is despairing about that, and he is requesting the Lord for guidance. The second quality, Swami says, is ekagrata. Ekagrata is his focus of mind. It is a quality that Arjuna displayed right from his childhood when he was a student amongst all his cousins and his brothers of Drona. And the story, I will not repeat it because you all know it probably better than I do, about the archery lesson where a clay bird is tied up to the tree and they are all asked to shoot an arrow at the eye of the bird. And all that Arjuna sees of the target is the eye of the bird, unlike his siblings and his cousins. So the ekagrata is there. The next one is vairagya, his sense of detachment. And Swami has gone on to say Arjuna displays incredible vairagya, even to the extent that in his mournful dirge that he is going on in the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita, he says, I'm willing to lead the life of a beggar rather than kill all these people. So he's not after worldly things. He's got detachment from worldly things. Finally, and most importantly, Sharanagati, or surrender. He has totally surrendered to the Lord. This brings us to yet another lesson, which is taught by Swami so characteristically. This incredible treasure trove of Bhagavad Gita, where was it delivered? It was delivered on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, which is not the most salubrious of environments to be listening to high philosophy. After all, there is going to be the din and the clamor. You know, even the first chapter describes everybody blowing their conches, the tabors and the kettle drums, the swords and the shields being banged. They are not going to be saying Jai Sai Ram, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. They're all going to be saying Har Har Mahadev. They're all going to be making all the noise possible. Probably kill the enemies, and all that venom is going to be coming out. Amidst all the din and the clamor, why does Lord Krishna choose to give it to him? After all, he had ample opportunity to give Arjuna this discourse in the past. They have been first cousins. As you all know, Kunti was the own sister of Vasudeva, though she was adopted out. She was an own aunt of Lord Krishna. So Krishna and Arjuna were first cousins. They were best of friends. They were also brothers-in-law, Arjuna having married Subhadra. They have spent so much of time on the banks of the Yamuna, in the palace of Indraprastha. They could have chosen any other time to have this Bhagavad Gita. And by the way, another beautiful tidbit that Swami gives in the summer showers of 1979 is that Arjuna was 84 years old at this time of the Kurukshetra war in 3141 BC on the Kartika Bahula Amavasya day, 3141 BC. And Krishna was 2 years older, 86 years old. Why did he not give it to him earlier? We may give all sorts of reasons, but the reason that Swami gives is so beautiful. He says that the entire first chapter, the Lord doesn't open his mouth. He's just listening to Arjuna spouting out his wisdom. You might as well call it the Arjuna Gita. Krishna doesn't open his mouth. Finally, when you go on to chapter 2, verse 7, Arjuna finally says, I don't know what is right and what is wrong. And he says, Shishyasteham Shadimam Tvam Prapannam. I am your student. Teach me. I surrender to you. I take refuge in you. That is the point when the Lord decides to give his benediction of this beautiful discourse of Bhagavad Gita. So the important lesson is that we need to surrender to the Lord. A guru never imparts without us asking and us surrendering. So that is a very important lesson. Another important lesson, brothers and sisters, you could be whomever you are in life. You could be the prime minister or the president, but in our culture, in Bharatiya culture, we are always the child of our parents. And we have to earn them a good name, not earn them a bad name. Swami, in 1989 Christmas discourse, which was being celebrated in those days as the Mother Sai Day, said very beautifully and lovingly, you don't have to do upakaram to me. You don't have to help me. But please don't do apakaram. You don't have to earn me a good name, but please don't earn me a bad name. So, likewise, it applies to our parents. The 84-year-old Arjuna, who has had his shindigs with Lord Shiva, chinwags with Indra and the Devas and the Gandharvas. His friends are celestial. This Arjuna is being called Kaunteya by the Lord. O son of Kunti, Partha, O son of Pritha, or Pandava, son of Pandu. So no matter what we do, we are still our parents' children. We are still going to be, our actions are going to be reflecting them. It is the same concept that my brother said about the organization. Whatever we do reflects on our beloved Lord. So we have to be extra careful not to earn him a bad name. Now, we shall go a bit more towards the scripture itself, the very words. And there is an English expression, you don't teach a granny how to suck eggs. But please humor me. There are a few lessons that I think are the most important with this Bhagavad Gita. The very purpose of human life is to know our innate divinity. Every human being is potentially divine. So to realize this innate divinity or Atma Sakshatkar is supposedly the purpose of our existence as a human being. Swami has said it's not all about khana, pina, sona, marna. Eat, sleep, drink, and die. There's a higher purpose to our existence. And what is it that stops us from realizing that we are the Atman or Brahman? It is moha or delusion. If somebody were to ask us, what is the summary of the Bhagavad Gita in 3 words? Swami has said it is Tat Tvam Asi. It's the Mahavakya of Chandogya Upanishad. Tat Tvam Asi. That thou art. And the Gita in its 18 chapters and 700 verses is talking about just this. The first 6 chapters talk about the individual jiva, Tvam. The next 6 chapters, that is 7 to 12, talk about Tat or God. And the last 6 are Asi. If it is so simple and elementary, what is it that stops us from seeing it? And then Swami says, it is moha. Moha is delusion. The commonest delusion, and Swami has defined it very beautifully in Telugu. He says, Nenu, Nadi, Navaru. It is a universal delusion. It is the ordinary delusion. Each and every one suffers from it. Be it Dhritarashtra, the father of the 100 evil sons. In the very first verse of Bhagavad Gita, he uses the word Mamaka. Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kimakurvat Sanjaya. My darlings, my children. And what are Pandu's children? What are they doing on the battlefield? As Swami goes on to say, a rhetoric question, have they gone there to play football? So he is deluded. And then, on one hand, Swami tells us we are all Parthas, we are all Prithvi Putras, we are all Arjunas, we are all eligible for the Bhagavad Gita. But periodically Swami would use a little pin to prick our egos. And this was one occasion when Swami said, you're all Dhritarashtras. Dhritarashtra, Dhritam, Rashtram, iti Dhritarashtram. One who grabs the kingdom that is not rightfully his is Dhritarashtra. Dhritarashtra has grabbed the kingdom, as in he has identified himself with the body, his possessions, and his people. Nenu, Nadi, Navaru. We find that Arjuna has used the same delusion, has been subject to the same delusion. Arjuna also used the word Swajana, my people, in the first chapter. So Arjuna also, his whole Vishada is not about killing. but he's suddenly thrown into this dilemma because in front of him on the battlefield, he sees his grandfather who has raised him at the time when his father had died with all this love and affection. The Guru, Drona, who gave him more love than he gave his own son. He sees his own cousins, he sees his uncles, he sees his relatives. So that is his great dilemma. This attachment to the body, that is the ordinary delusion. Swami says he suffered from yet another delusion. The other delusion that he suffered from was out of ordinary. The out of ordinary delusion is that he does not know what his own dharma is. And this the Lord sets right very quickly. As a matter of fact, Swami has said, if you were to ask what is there in the Bhagavad Gita, it is summed up between the first word and the last word. The very first word of Bhagavad Gita is Dhritarashtra asking, Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyutsavaha Mamaka Pandavascheva Kimakurvat Sanjaya. Dharmakshetre. Dharma is the first word. And the last word, Yatra Yogeshwara Krishno, Yatra Partho Dhanardaraha, Tatra Shri Vijayo Bhuti Dhruvani Tirmatir Mama. Mama is the last word. So, this book is about my dharma. So the Lord is clearly enunciating what is the dharma in this beautiful discourse of Bhagavad Gita. Now, there are other things that the Lord says about as well. He tells Arjuna that you are this Atma. You are not this body. The Atma is imperishable. He gives him the highest wisdom of Atma Jnana, which is the very essence of the Upanishads. There is a very amusing story that Swami narrates. Swami narrates how the Bhagavad Gita is prone, like any scripture, to misinterpretation or people using it to suit their own purposes. And the story Swami says is about a convict who is about to be sentenced for a heinous crime of murdering someone. This convict thinks he's very smart. He goes to court on the day of sentencing, and of course you have to take an oath by placing your hand on the Bhagavad Gita. And this convict is now taking this oath in front of the judge, and then he says, Sar Judji, the Bhagavad Gita that I have taken my oath on itself says, I am neither the slayer nor are they the slain. Nayam hante nahanyate. So, I have not killed that person, nor is that person killed. Please bear that in mind when you are sentencing me. And Swami says, in order to become a judge, he has to be well versed as well. So the judge says, yes, you are absolutely correct. Likewise, I am not the one who is passing the sentence, and you are not the one who is being sentenced. So in spite of the ultimate vidya being given, people can try and twist it to suit their own convenience. This particular wisdom of our ancients that has come down 5 millennia from the time of Bhagavad Gita and much before that, from the time of the Upanishads, has been respected world over. And Swami has mentioned to us about Alexander the Great coming to India. Swami goes on to very beautifully describe this incident. Incidentally, this is based on writings of contemporary Greek writers, historians of Alexander's time, 336 BC. I'm saying this because there are a lot of people who try and say, especially Western scholars, that the Bhagavad Gita was the later interpolation into the Mahabharata by Adi Shankara, since the oldest available commentary to us is from Adi Shankara, the Shankara Bhashya. Swami has said no. Bhagavad Gita is definitely of divine origin, in spite of what these people say, for it has inspired people for millions of people for thousands and thousands of years. Anyway, Swami narrates how in those days there were not great highways, and whilst Alexander was coming along to India, it was a narrow path, and across this path was lying a reclining sannyasi with his legs stretched out. The infantryman who was walking ahead of Alexander's army tells the sannyasi to move away. He tells him to move because the emperor of the universe is coming now on his horseback. Make way. And so the sannyasi says, what if I don't? The soldier says, in that case, I will chop your head off. So the sannyasi laughs out aloud and he says, are you going to destroy my soul, which is eternal, or are you going to move the body? And he gives him this wisdom that he is not the body. He is the soul. He is something well beyond that is eternal. At this point, Alexander comes along, hears what the conversation is about, and he realizes that it was futile to come any further. This land of Bharat is so sacred. Even ordinary people have this wisdom. There is no point in trying to conquer them. And he goes back. As I said, this was commented upon by the Greek historians who were contemporary to Alexander. Our non-identification with the body, our way of acceptance of death, is another thing that comes in the same Atma-jnana portion. Avyakta adhini bhutani vyakta madhyani bharata avyakta nidhananyeva tatra ka paridevana. No, you are manifest, unmanifest in the beginning, you get manifest in between as the human physical form, and then again you go back to the unmanifest form. So why are you grieving, O Arjuna? This concept of the fact that we think that the body is just a vesture of the soul, that the soul changes, Atman changes the body, just as we cast off worn out clothes or dirty clothes and wear a new set of clothes, was greatly appreciated, and it's mentioned in the 1st century AD by the historian Josephus. Josephus is a contemporary eyewitness historian of the great uprising, what is otherwise called the First Jewish-Roman War, that took place in the uprising of Masada, a hilltop fortress which was built 100 years before that by King Herod. Now, a group of Jewish zealots went and rebelled against the Roman Empire, the mighty Roman Empire, so soon after the lifespan of Jesus. It's a historical fact. And finally, the women and children perished, and at the time of the final battle, the leader of the Jewish Scariae, I think they are called, he says, the sect, he says, remember, we should have an attitude about death like the Indians do. That is the way we should look at death. So this is something that was Bharatiya culture, had gained the respect of the whole world. The next concept, which is the next lesson, is the yoga attitude, Swami says. The yoga attitude is, what is yoga? And one of the definitions given in the Bhagavad Gita is Samatvam Yoga Muchyate. Samatvam is equal-mindedness. That is yoga. Yoga is equal-mindedness. And how do we apply this Samatvam? And if you think, Krishna and Arjuna just barely had 20 minutes at the battlefield prior to the battle started. I was asked by a Bal Vikas student, and I love teaching Bal Vikas because they come up with the best questions. There is no hesitation. Uncle, tell me, you say that the armies were facing each other, and you've just finished saying that this Bhagavad Gita has 18 chapters and 700 verses. What were the armies doing whilst all this was going on? Were they twiddling their thumbs? No. Swami has given the answer very clearly, that the entire discourse took 20 minutes in all. A lot of it has been expanded and explained by sage Vyasa, the great poet. So Hanuman, who was there on the pennant of the chariot, composed the same discourse in 21 verses in his Paishachi language. Sadly, we have no access to it. Vyasa, the great poet, who is a partial incarnation of Vishnu, converts it into 700 verses, and there is a lot of repetition. So Samatvam can come across as Prakritika Samatvam, Swami says, applied, as in how it is applied in nature. We accept heat and cold with equal-mindedness. We accept profit and loss with equal-mindedness. Then Swami goes on to say Samajika Samatvam. We are all an integral part of society, and we realize that praise and censure has to be accepted with equal-mindedness. Then Swami goes on to say we have the Karma Samatvam. Whether it's victory or defeat, whatever the fruits are, whatever the consequences are, we accept it with equal-mindedness as a gift from God. Then we have the Bhakti Samatvam. We see the Lord in everybody, in each one of us. Sarvasminapi Pashyatmanam. So then we see God within each one of us. And so we are constantly focused on this Lord. Ananyas Chintayanto Ma. So we are constantly thinking of God and dwelling, seeing Him in everyone, and that brings us to a level of equal-mindedness. Finally, Jnana Samatvam. It is the beautiful expression that Swami frequently says. Cows are many, but the milk is one. Ornaments are many, but the gold is one. So we realize that there is the same Atman within each one and everyone. And then we achieve this Jnana Samatvam or Samatvam. Samatvam Yoga Muchyate. This is the other thing. Finally, the one other major concept that comes across in the Bhagavad Gita is the description of the ideal, the enlightened, the Sthita Pragya, Samadhista, Sthitadhi. All these describe the same person. And the Lord takes 18 verses to describe this particular personality, so that we are able to emulate what this perfect person is going to be, what we should be, what we should aim for. As far as Karma Yoga is concerned, we do everything as an offering to God. We do everything without looking at the fruits of the action. We have no right over the fruits of the action. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Swami said not na phaleshu kadachana. Na phaleshu is to say that there is no fruit or consequence. Ma phaleshu kadachana. So we have no right over the fruit. Ma karma phalaheturbu ma te sangos swakarmani. And we should not even get attached to inaction. Inaction is the wrong action. This is the manual of action. It is something that we use in our everyday life. Bhakti, Swami has enumerated the 28 qualities that are ideal for a bhakta. Jnana, again, is the wisdom, and that has been described in great detail. I just would like to read one little quote of Swami's. I don't want to alter the words. They are so beautiful. The Bhagavad Gita is the greatest harmonizer of all yogas. Once the Gita has made the guiding star of your life, the way you act will be Karma Yoga. The way you feel will be Bhakti Yoga. The way you reason will be Jnana Yoga. It will become automatically so. What you do must be in line with Dharma. What you feel must foster Prema. What you think must reveal Satyam. Then you will be blessed with Shanti and even Prashanti. This is from a discourse given in 1961. Now, I'd like to give you a few personal instances. We say that Swami has said there are 5 types of grace. First is Deva Kripa, God's grace. Then Guru Kripa, the Guru's grace. The third is Shastra Kripa, the grace of scriptures. The fourth is Sat Kripa, the grace that is conferred upon us by satsang, by going to pilgrimage, etc. And finally, Atma Kripa, the grace of self-effort. Arjuna receives all 5. We all are eligible to receive all these 5. The Shastra, scripture itself, speaks to us. It was 1989, the day before my wife Vidyulata and I were to get married. And Swami used the oft repeated imagery that he says about marriage. He said, right now you've got 2 legs to me. Once you have a wife, you will have 4. Then you will have children and there will be 6 and there will be 8 legs. So just listen, as one does. Even an Adhika Prasangi like me keeps quiet sometimes. That is his divinity. Then Swami went on to say, right now you have 1 carriage. Once you get married, there will be a 2nd carriage attached to you. Then you'll have children and there will be more and more carriages attached to you. At this point, I couldn't keep quiet. My true nature came out and I had to say something. So I said, Swami, it does not matter how many carriages there are, so long as you are the engine, Swami. I don't care how many carriages there are. Swami just looked for a second and his face lit up with a beautiful smile. After the interview was over, and you're all familiar, students of Vrindavan and devotees, the front door of Trai. That evening, Swami was standing by the door and tapping on the door. And then he turned around to my father-in-law and said, that boy said, Swami, I don't care how many carriages there are, so long as you are the engine, Swami. What a beautiful thought. What a beautiful thought. See, the Lord inspires us to say these thoughts as well. And this is the crux as far as I am concerned. So long as he is the charioteer that he was to Arjuna, so long as he is the engine that drags all our carriages, all our worldly problems are his. We don't have to carry them on our heads like the idiot who carried his suitcase on his head while sitting on the train, saying, Papam, this train, I don't want to give it Sramam. That is the imagery that Swami uses in his story, his parable. You know, you've come to Swami, put your burdens on him. He will take care of us. He will take us through life. Now, as I'm reminded of a story, a personal experience that happened over 25 years ago, over 26 years ago, when I was close, this body was closer in age to you, beloved students, than it is to what I am today. I had sent off my application form to the Royal College of Surgeons to write the final FRCS exam. They wrote back to say that I had sent the application form late, which was not the case. They had a postal strike in Edinburgh. So I showed them the proof of postage because I'd sent it by recorded delivery. And I said, no, I did send it on time. You had a postal strike. So to this, their reply was, yes, we agree that we had a postal strike. We are very sorry. The exam is full. There isn't room for taking any more candidates. But if you want, if there is a cancellation in the last moment, we will let you know as the cancellation arrives and ask you whether you want to write the exam. A couple of months passed by, I did not hear from them. So I relaxed. Didn't really study the way one would study for the exam. After all, this was the highest exam I was taking. Those days, there were no mobile phones. My wife rang me up at work suddenly and said, they have just called from the Royal College of Surgeons. And they said that there has been a cancellation. Would your husband like to take it and write the exam in 9 days' time? Like Arjuna's plight, my mouth went dry, hair stood on end, my limbs lost their strength. I say, Swami, how could I possibly do this exam? I haven't studied at all. I rang up my boss and told him my plight. He also told me, if you haven't studied, you mustn't waste the money. Don't go for the exam. I went home for lunch because we lived in the hospital campus. I went home for lunch, and as I was going upstairs to the puja room, I distinctly heard a voice. Now, in psychiatry, we have a term for people who hear voices. You know, it's called schizophrenia. I promise you this was not schizophrenia. I heard a distinct voice, and it was a verse from the Bhagavad Gita that was being repeated. Ata chetyam imam dharmyam sangramam na karishyasi atasva dharmam kirtim cha hitva tatasva dharmam kirtim cha hitva papam avapsyasi. If you do not go for this battle now, if you do not wage this warfare now, you will lose your dharma. You will lose your honor. Not only that, you will incur sin. And this kept going on in my head. Even this time, I'm thinking, where did this verse suddenly come from? After all, I haven't touched my Bhagavad Gita. I haven't finished my Parayanam over 6 months back. Where did this come from? Went and fell at Swami's feet in our puja room and said, Swami, please guide me. And then I rang up and said, yes, I will sit the exam. As I said, Shastra Kripa, the Shastra speaks to you. Here it was our Lord himself telling me. The theory part went well. I wasn't worried about the clinical part, about seeing the patients and making diagnosis. Having studied my undergraduation in India and then trained in Scotland, I was fairly confident. But the portion that is always worrisome is the viva. And as Sir Winston Churchill put it very colorfully, you know, he was not a very great student academically, but he's very beautifully puts it in his autobiography. I would have willingly displayed my knowledge, but the examiners were out to expose my ignorance. So, and you know, all of us who are students or have been students will know that this is true of a lot of examiners. There is some pleasure that they get in trying to expose our ignorance, not to show our knowledge. So you don't know what they are going to ask about. So just prior to going into the hall where the examiners were sitting, you don't know what they're going to ask you about because they can ask you anything. A thought came to me again, straight from the Bhagavad Gita, inspired. It was a lesson. Swami, you are the examiner. Swami, you are the candidate. Swami, the result is also yours. So whatever the result, I'll accept it. I walked in to the hall. Believe it or not, the examiner asked me a question, one of the examiners, which was more relevant for obstetrics and gynecology, not for ENT. But for his sins and for my good fortune, my Bhagwan saw to it that I did not stop talking. Many of you might be thinking just now, this man is not stopping, but that is me. I did not stop for even a breath for the next 10 minutes. And then the bell went off. Then the next examiner asked me again. It was like one breathless chanting of Rudram. I was reciting the answers. So they both smiled and said, go. This is our Lord. He takes us through. The result is his. How can he fail? It doesn't mean we don't put in our effort. I did. But still, I didn't feel I had put in the intensity that I would have had I known that I was going to be sitting the exam earlier. Swami does take care. Similarly, I'll give you another example of 2013. My wife and I had been to the US where our nephew had just got his PhD convocation at Harvard. We felt at the top of the world. It was such a beautiful occasion. And we came back home to UK. I opened the front door. There was a huge pile of letters waiting for us because we'd been away for over a week. One of those I opened immediately. It was from the General Medical Council. It's unusual for them to write at that time of the year to me. I opened the letter and shock horror, as they say. They said that there was a complaint against me to the General Medical Council. And it is going to be investigated. I didn't know what the complaint was. As far as I was concerned, nothing had gone wrong. I really did not know. I said, Sai Ram. At this point, again, that little voice that I told you earlier of spoke. Tulya ninda sutir mauni, santushto yena kenachit, aniketaha, sthiramatihi, bhaktiman me priyo naraha. Tulya ninda stuti, to be equal-minded in praise and censure, praise and blame. Mauni, silent. Santushto yena kenachit, content with whatever he gets. Aniketaha, aniketaha, by the way, means homeless. Sthiramatihi, one who has got a steady mind. That devotee is beloved to me, dear to me. Bhaktiman me priyo naraha. So instantly I said, no, this is Swami telling me to be calm, to accept this blame with equal-mindedness. Subsequently, when I went into the hospital to check what had happened with this patient, it turned out it was an old man whom I had suggested should get a hearing aid. Incidentally, there is no pecuniary benefit in this country for me to recommend. It's all the National Health Service. It's entirely free from at the point of delivery. A bit like our Swami's hospitals. It's entirely free. Only difference here is that they do charge us a hefty tax for the use of the NHS. It is called the national insurance. Unlike Swami, who does everything totally free. Free healthcare, free education, free water, free everything. Free Upadesh. So, here we are. I suddenly felt, oh, I don't have to worry about this. I wrote back my response saying, yes, this gentleman has got severe hearing loss. He is in denial of it. So he took offense to the fact that I said he would benefit from a hearing aid. Even that you say politely in this part of the world. You don't tell people you are deaf, you need a hearing aid. No, you say, maybe you will find a hearing aid useful. He took great umbrage at that. So there you are. The Bhagavad Gita again spoke to me. By the way, the word homeless, I just thought I will give that as an addendum. Aniketaha. So that sort of disturbed me. I said, do I have to be homeless for our Lord to find me lovable? And Swami immediately answers these doubts. Immediately. Suddenly, our Radio Sai people who daily send us these beautiful thoughts for the day, they posted just for answering this Maramanda, as we call it in Tamil, this thick head. Aniketaha, Swami is saying, homelessness of the mind that is not being attacked. That is the homelessness that the Lord refers to when he says Aniketaha. You don't have to be homeless as in not have a roof over your head. Finally, I shall come to one last story about what happened just about 3 or 4 months ago. The COVID has been raging all over the world. It has been raging in India as well. Somebody had rung up and poured out to me about somebody very dear to me having passed on with the COVID. It was very sad. This was at night. I was trying to console that person whilst I was grieving myself. And then I thought of a brother of mine who lives by himself, who is diabetic, and which is considered a comorbidity, as we say, and doesn't take very good care of himself. He's involved in doing a lot of seva, but he doesn't take care of his own person. And I was saying, Swami, I wonder how he is. Went to sleep that night. First thing in the morning, I wake up with this again little voice. Suddenly, I hear this verse. Ashrochyan anvashochastva pragyavadamsha bhashase gatasuna gatasumsha nanashochanti pandita. You grieve for those who need not be grieved over. Yet you speak words of wisdom. The wise do not grieve over the living nor the dead. I had actually grieved about the one who had passed on, and I was grieving and worrying about the one who was living. And here our Lord is telling me, what is it that you're preaching to others? Practice it. Pragyavadansha bhashase. It's just speak words of wisdom. Practice it. So I come back. I'm aware it's almost time to where we started. The Bhagavad Gita is not a grantham just for Parayanam. It is a grantham for Acharanam. Brothers and sisters, I take leave of you. Once again, thanking our beloved Lord for his continued presence in our lives, for his love, and for the gift of himself to us. I thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. Sai Ram.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh Narayan, for those wonderful lessons from the Bhagavad Gita and how we could apply them to our own lives. As you rightly said, the Lord's word is available to each one of us, but it is the surrender of Arjuna that made him receive it directly from the Lord. I remember a beautiful Chinnakatha narrated by Swami on the surrender of Arjuna, where Arjuna and Krishna are walking, and suddenly Krishna points to a bird and says, Arjuna, is that not a crow? Arjuna says, yes, Bhagavan, it's a crow. No, I think it's a dove. Yes, Krishna, it is a dove, as you say. Arjuna, are you blind? I think that's a pigeon. And Arjuna once again says, yes, Bhagavan, it is a pigeon, as you say. And then finally, Krishna, the all-knowing Lord, asks, Arjuna, do you not have an intellect of your own? Can you not make out what bird is it? Why are you saying yes, yes for everything that I say? And Arjuna, equally close to the Lord and knowing that the Lord is all-knowing, says, Oh Lord, I know that you can change the bird to whatever you want it to be. And therefore, it is just wise to simply surrender to your words. What is so special about this Bhagavad Gita that it has withstood even the test of time? It is because it is the direct word of the Lord Himself. The Lord's conversation then was supposedly limited only to a fortunate few. And in today's scenario, we all, who would have probably yearned to be as fortunate as Arjuna and Sanjaya, are indeed blessed because we have with us the direct word of Bhagavan Himself. It is important that we strive to make our lives into His message. Yes, we all are works in progress. And yes, I may not be standing on this podium today competent enough to declare that I have transformed my life into His message. But it is important that we all strive towards that goal and rather not spend our time judging another fellow brother of ours as to whether he is following it or not. And today, to aid us in this journey on how to live Bhagwan's message, today we have with us our very own Sanjay Sahni sir. Sanjay Sahni sir, an alumnus of the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, he was a student of the first batch of the 5-year integrated commerce program from 1982 to 1987. He won the gold medal for academic excellence, both for his Bachelor's of Commerce as well as the Master's of Commerce. He then joined Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning as a faculty member in the Department of Commerce in 1987. He subsequently served as the warden of the senior boys hostel at the Prashanthi Nilayam campus from 1990 to 1993 before moving to the Brindavan campus. He was a faculty member at the Department of Commerce at Brindavan and in 2002 assumed the role of the director of the Brindavan campus. In 2016, January, he took over as the third controller of examination of the university and serves in that capacity till date. I now invite Sanjay Sahni sir to take the stage. Sai Ram.
Offering my loving pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet, respected Professor Sundareshan, Director of Vrindavan Campus, respected Dr. Ravi Kumar, Warden of Vrindavan, my esteemed colleagues with whom I have a long and fond association, during my stay at Vrindavan, and my beloved students who are participating in this summer course as members of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Vrindavan campus. My heartfelt greetings to all of you from Prashanti Nilayam. I also extend my heartfelt greetings to Mr. Venkatramana Gosavi and Dr. Mahesh, the predecessor speakers, and the others who will be participating in the rest of the proceedings. Summer course and Vrindavan are closely intertwined, and I'm very happy that this tradition is continuing. Swami conducted the first summer course in 1972 for the youth of our country who were selected from all the states of India. Some time back I was listening to Mr. Padmanabh Pai, who is today the state president of Sri Sathya Sai organization, Karnataka North. He was a participant in the first summer course, 72, and had very interesting experiences during the summer course. Swami would invariably drop in during the proceedings. One day, it was the afternoon time, around 3 o'clock, and Swami entered the hall where the speaker was speaking on the Upanishads. And youngsters were struggling to understand the nuances of the Upanishadic truths. It was all going above their head, and half the audience was dozing. Swami went up to the back side of the hall, and there was this American physical director who was literally snoring during the speaker's talk. And seeing him, Swami waved his hand and created a plum. This man's mouth was open, and Swami put that big plum right into his mouth. So with that vibration, he opened his eyes, and lo and behold, he sees Swami in front of him and the plum in his mouth. You can imagine the kind of scene it would have been for the onlookers. But that was Swami. The lesson that he wanted to drive home is that when people are sharing noble thoughts, noble ideas, great truths from our scriptures, listen and listen carefully. On another occasion, given the discipline of the campus and the ashram, which had of course been enjoined to all the participants, there was this young participant who had early in the morning, maybe 6 o'clock or 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, had gone to a corner and had a smoke. And Swami accosted him about what he had done. And he started arguing with Swami, and he said that, Swami, I have not smoked. The first thing, he had done a mistake by smoking. Swami said, this is an ashram, first you should not smoke. And secondly, you are staying in an ashram, so this is against the norms of the ashram. So he started arguing with Swami. And the next thing Swami did was wave his hand, and out came from his palms a photograph of this fellow who was smoking, and where he had selected the spot, there was a cow standing behind him. So along with the cow, Swami had captured him in that photograph. Of course, he was repentant and he fell at Swami's feet and asked for his forgiveness. So these are very precious memories that students of summer courses in the past have had. I myself had my first darshan of Bhagwan way back in 1978 at Vrindavan when the summer course was going on. So it has very precious memories for all of us, and especially at Vrindavan we hosted the whole university, all the students and the faculty would descend on Vrindavan in the month of May, and for 15-20 days we would be bathed in the divine grace of Bhagwan and his love. So I am personally thankful to Professor Sundareshan for this invite and sharing some of my thoughts with all of you on the theme which is very important for every member of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, both the students and the faculty, living Bhagwan's message. We just heard a beautiful elucidation from Dr. Mahesh on the Bhagavad Gita. Swami would say that though there are 100 shlokas in the Bhagavad Gita, even one shloka if you take to heart and practice it in your life, that is more than enough. When we take up this theme, living Bhagwan's message, let me share some thought on the word Bhagwan itself. I remember almost 11 years ago, we had the National Assessment Accreditation Council team visiting the university, and a small group also visited Vrindavan. So before they went round all the departments, I was giving them an overview of the campus. And I began my presentation by saying, as usual, I offered my salutations at the lotus feet of Bhagwan Baba. And there was this gentleman in the NAC team who asked me, normally this word Bhagavan is used for divine personality. Why are you calling Sathya Sai Baba Bhagwan? What does he mean to you? Now that was a very surprising interjection, and I had not anticipated it. So I first of all told them, how is it relevant to my presentation? He said, no, we want to know, this is very important for us to know, to understand what is happening here. There were two Muslims and a journalist in the team. So I thought, let me quote Sant Kabir. There are these beautiful lines of Sant Kabir where he says, Jo til mahi tel hai, jo chakmak mein aag, tera sai tujh mein hai, jaag sake to jaag. Just as oil is latent in til seeds, sesame seeds, just as fire is latent in stone. You know, if you rub two stones vigorously, you will see fire sparks emerging. That is because fire is latent in the stone. Kabir says, similarly, the Lord. In northern India, Sai is a name used for the divine. So the Lord is there in each one of you if you have the courage, awaken to your own reality. Uttishta Jagrata Prapya Varan Nibodhita. These were the words which the young Swami Vivekananda wrote and which are enshrined in the very entrance of the Vrindavan College building. Arise, awake, stop not till the goal is reached. Swami would often say, when people ask him, "Are you God?" He said, "Yes, I am God. But you have heard me only half the truth. You are also God. The only difference between you and me is that I am aware that I am divine, whereas you are ignorant." So the Satyasai education at the Satyasai University is primarily intended by Bhagwan and envisioned by him to awaken each one of us to our own reality, to recognize that we are a wave of that supreme ocean itself. But the NAC member team, they immediately cut me short and said, no, we don't want to hear what Kabir said. We want to know what is your opinion. And so I had no way out. I said, if you want to know what is my opinion, then for me, Sri Satya Sai Baba is my God. But this is my personal opinion. I will never impose it either on my students or on my teachers. And then they said, that is a different issue. And that's how we proceeded with the presentation. So when we use the word Bhagavan, it is with a very specific connotation. Nobody could ever understand Bhagwan's mystery. As he himself said, even if the whole of humanity till the end of eternity would make an investigation into my reality, they will still not be able to grasp that reality. The only thing that man can do is to experience my love. And that was something which was available to one and all who came into contact, who came into the orbit of Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba. As he himself once said, the true sign of divinity is my prema. That is the true sign of divine might. I can convert the earth into the sky and the sky into the earth, but that is not the true sign of divinity. My true sign of divinity is my prema, and that is what we experienced in our proximity to him and in our association with him. His life was his message, because when we want to live his message, this is an inquiry which each member of the Sri Satya Sai Institute should embark upon. What is his message? And he himself said, my life is my message. There is no difference between my life and his message. And this message, which is his life, is enshrined and documented in his life story, which Kasturi Ji, the first biographer, beautifully coined it with Bhagwan's blessing, Satyam Shivam Sundaram. This is how his biography has been called. The other day I was talking to the youth of West Bengal and I shared this particular episode, which was narrated to me by none other than the state president, Sharma ji of the Sri Satya Sai Seva Organization, Jammu and Kashmir. So there was this devotee in Kashmir. He was traveling in a bus, and it was some distance before he reached his destination. So he was reading Satyam Shivam Sundaram. And as luck or ill luck would have it, the terrorists had put a bomb right under the bus, and there was a massive explosion. The bus was damaged irreparably. So many people died in the bus, and this gentleman also was shell-shocked with the impact of that bomb blast. 3 days later, Sharmaji went to this gentleman's house to meet him, to inquire, because he heard that he had survived the blast. And when he was talking to the devotee said, "Sir, can you pinch me and please tell me whether I am alive or I am dead?" That was the trauma through which he had gone through in that bomb blast. He was not able to believe that he was still alive, having seen so many people dying right in front of his eyes. But the key to this whole episode is that when that bomb blast took place, what was this gentleman doing? He was reading Satyam Shivam Sundaram. So that is the power of the story of the Lord. And if by just reading his story, if just by listening to his story, it can protect us, you can imagine the power of the life of an avatar. Today, our focus is how can we practice his message, which was reflected in his life. Yesterday, I was listening to the greetings of Sri Shivram Krishna Garu, the principal of Sri Satya Sai Higher Secondary School here at Prashantli. And he recalled how once they had put up an exhibition by the students and had invited Swami. And Swami said, "Why this exhibition? Each one of you is my exhibit." Imagine, each one of you is the Lord's exhibit. So, from each one, we can learn something by observing each other. When youngsters observe their teachers, their elders, who have lived with Bhagwan and imbibed some of his principles and his values, there is something which you can learn by just living, interacting, and observing them. And I can assure you from the teaching fraternity also, by being with Bhagwan students, we also have learned immensely at the lotus feet. Learning Bhagwan's message, living Bhagwan's message is a lifetime assignment, is a daily assignment. And it is also a personal assignment. Swami's relationship with each one of his students, with each one of his faculty was one-to-one and is one-to-one. Dr. Mahesh was talking about the message of the Gita, but there is a personal Gita which also Bhagwan will give you for you to practice, for you to reflect upon. And I can just share 2 instances in this regard. There was this daughter of our former trust convener, late Dr. Padmanabhan, Karnataka trust convener. She was 20 years old and sitting in the Sai Ram shed. It was her 20th birthday, and she was with a rose flower in her hand. And Swami came close and said, "What is it?" And she said, "Swami, it is my 20th birthday." So Swami asked, "What is the significance of 20?" And she was blank. She waited for Swami to explain. Swami said, 2020. What does 2 stand for? Again she was blank. And then Swami said, 2 stands for Shraddha and Bhakti. Go practice this. And for the next 10 years, every birthday she would get her blessing from Swami, but Swami never referred to the significance of the birthday till she turned 30. When again this conversation takes place and Swami asked, "What is the meaning of 3? And again she was blank, staring at Swami, and Swami said, 3 stands for Trikarana Shuddhi, the unification of the thought, the word and the deed. So is this not a personal Bhagavad Gita that Swami is giving? I remember I was a first UG student at that point of time in the university. Suddenly one day Swami asked me, "What is your surname?" And I said, "Swami, it is Sani." "What does it mean?" Now, usually in our Indian names, the surname is a family name. It doesn't have a meaning. The first name usually has some meaning, but the family name also a meaning. I was totally perplexed by Bhagwan's question. And then he said, Sahani means Sahan. And with that single word, he gave me a lifelong assignment. Practice Sahan in life. Hear all, say nothing. Bear all, be nothing, says Bhagwan. So, therefore, Bhagwan was able to have that one-to-one relationship with every person he interacted with, and he was able to give the most appropriate message relevant for that individual, his progress in life. So, I'm also in this context reminded of the first summer course which Swami conducted in 1990 for the students and faculty of our university. I was a young faculty at Prashant Lim at that point of time. Sometime in the month of March, early morning, one day Swami called all the teachers to the college foyer and he said, I'm conducting, among other things, he said, I'm conducting a summer course in May and I invite all of you to come and join the summer course. So it was the month of May and it was admission time. As teachers, we were all busy with admission work. Our students had started arriving at Vrindavan and the Vrindavan warden communicated to the Prashanti campus warden that if some teacher is there from the Prashanti campus side, he can admit the students, Bhakti students, to the Vrindavan hostel till the summer course starts. So suddenly I got a call from the warden here and he said, like this, a request has come. So I want you to go ahead and I'll get you relief from your admission work. So that's how I landed up in Vrindavan a little earlier than usual and was receiving all our Bhakti students and ushering them into the hostel as they were arriving from their hometowns. So because I was associated with that, I was asked that the new students also will be joining. Why not we ask this faculty also to take care of the admissions part. So I was associated with the new student admissions. They were arriving one day before the summer course and so we were waiting in anticipation. So it was morning darshan and all the students and teachers had gone to the Sai Ramesh hall and I was waiting at the hostel entrance with a couple of Sevadal. I thought if any parent comes with their ward, I should be ready to receive. But yet I didn't want to miss the darshan. So we were having darshan from the entrance of the hostel. And Swami came round the darshan, gents side, he walked up to the ladies' side, and then to our utter surprise, he walked down the steps at the rear end and started walking towards the hostel. And he passed by where I was standing. There were two other Sevadal there. And then he walked up the steps, and behind him was the warden. So because I was also a student of faculty, I also walked behind Swami, and there was nobody else. Swami went in, he crossed into the corridor, and he was right in front of the warden's office. And suddenly he turned. And he looked at me. I was a few steps behind. And he said, "What is this? You need a haircut," he told me. "New students are today, and you should appear appropriate when the new students are joining." And Swami, gave this minor scolding and then proceeded towards the rice room. He had come there to see the provisions that had arrived for the summer course. So later on I asked the warden, "Sir, do you think I need a haircut?" He said, "I don't think so. What had happened was I had had a head bath, and in those days, if I have a head bath, I would not immediately apply oil. So my hair must have been a little fluffy, looked little inappropriate definitely for Swami, otherwise he wouldn't have pointed out. But he taught me a great lesson in that little episode." He said how each one of us who belong to Swami, we may be a faculty, we may be a student, once you belong to Swami, we should appear to be Bhagwan's people first, and then intrinsically, from internally also, we need to strive to rise up to his expectations. The other day I was talking to an industrialist. His whole family had been Bhagwan's devotees for many years, and he recalled a personal advice which Swami gave him many years ago. He was going to United States of America for higher studies, and the parents had brought their son for seeking Swami's blessings. And during the course of that interview, Swami created a green ring and put it in his fingers, and then gave him this beautiful message. He said that it is not enough if you are the son of your parents, if you are a worthy son of your parents. Mark his words. It is not enough if you are a worthy son of your parents. You have to be a worthy child of Swami. You have to be a worthy child of Swami. And Swami said, "I have put this ring in your finger, and through this ring I will be watching over you, all that you are doing when you are in the United States." And this boy was sharing that how that was the purest life he has left any time in his whole lifetime, because all the time he was conscious of what Bhagwan had told him and the high expectations that he held before him when he went there for his studies. So Bhagwan would often tell us that there are two kinds of students in this university. One, who are institute students. They come here, they have come for their studies, they get their degrees, and then they go away. But these very students have an opportunity and a privilege also to become a Sai student. So he made a very subtle distinction between institute students and Sai students. He said they have an opportunity and they have a privilege only if they rise up to Sai's expectations will they be Sai students. And this is something that we need to remind ourselves, and I would like to appeal to all our young students in the university and those who are participating in the summer course, that we should aspire first to know what is it which Bhagwan likes and he does not like, and then make a sincere attempt in living up to what he likes and avoiding what he does not like. In this context, I would like to take a discourse of Bhagwan. It's a very special discourse Swami gave on the 19th of July, 1970, which is more than 50 years ago. It's documented in the Sanatan Sarthi, and recently I happened to read the discourse. Swami makes an observation. He says, I was speaking to the permanent residents of the ashram here, and I gave them 5 disciplines to follow. And I am sharing with all of you also the same 5 principles. If you adhere to these 5 principles, you too, wherever you are, you will be able to create a Prashantalyam in your respective homes, and in the communities you live, there will be a spillover effect. They too will become a Prashantalyam, and through this, the country and the world at large can be transformed into a Prashantilalyam. What are those 5 principles? I would love to share with you today. The first principle, he said, is silence. The second is cleanliness. Third is service. Fourth is love or prema. And 5 is hatelessness. Actually, they are not independent principles. They are all interlinked, interwoven with each other. Just as in a sweet, you have the sweet taste, you have the shape, and you have the weight. All belong to the same sweet. All these 5 principles also are literally limbs of the same value ethos. But they need a little elaboration. So I will discuss them one by one. The first principle, he said, is silence. I remember many years ago, I was with a student in Bhagwan's presence in the interview room at Prashantalyam, and Swami asked, what is special about a Sai student? And then he gave these 2 principles. Very, very important. No chancellor of any university will ever tell his students these points or will ever give this advice. But these are Swami's personal ideals which he has placed before the students, especially those who aspire to be a Sai student. He said, there are 2 unique characteristics of a Sai student. The first, he said, is they talk less. The second, he said, they have minimum connections. They have minimum connections. Be loving to everybody, but always remember that God alone is our true friend. And that is the real connection that we need to maintain and retain for life. As long as there is pocket in the pocket, your pockets are filled with money, as long as your father is in service, any number of people may come forward to be your friend. But the moment your father is retired, the moment your money has disappeared from your pocket, you'll find that people also disappear. But God is not that kind of a friend. He is forever your friend. So that is the relationship which we need to have. And Swami would always say, if you have some work with somebody, say related to studies, talk to them, get all the help, give the help, etc. That's fine. But don't unnecessarily go from room to room and waste time, which is very characteristic of the young age. And that, what he said, he would say, tell me your company, I shall tell you what you are. I remember the third Vice Chancellor of a university, Professor Sampath, he gave this beautiful anecdote during one of the summer courses. He was sharing how there was this scorpion which made friendship with the tortoise. He said, Mr. Tortoise, can you take me across the river? And Mr. Tortoise replied, do you think I'm a fool? In the middle of the river, if you sting me, I will be, sinking into the river. So I cannot take you. So then the scorpion says, Mr. Tortoise, you should be logical. If I sting you and you sink into the waters, along with you, I will also sink, isn't it? So why should I sting you? So then the tortoise thought for a while. He said, okay, come. So then he is giving a piggyback ride to the scorpion, and they were midstream, and suddenly the scorpion stung the tortoise. And in excruciating pain, the tortoise, wails in agony, Mr. Scorpion, what is the logic of your having stung me? And you know what the scorpion says? Mr. Tortoise, it's not a question of logic. It's a question of my character. It's a question of my character. So tell me your company. I will tell you what you are. So we should be able to choose the right company, the company which will take us forward in life, which will take us closer to divine and farther away from evil thoughts, evil habits, evil practices. That is what Swami would remind the students. The second principle he says is talk less. And he says the tongue is the king of all senses. He who masters his tongue will rule the world. And he says there are 4 sins which man incurs, when he indulges in too much of talking. You will over-talking. When you over-talk, your best friend will like to avoid, oh, this fellow is coming, he will waste another half an hour, so I need not spend time with him. So over-talking, telling untruth, then third is carrying tales and criticizing others. So these are various sins which the tongue is prone to, but when we talk less, automatically we are kept away from these sins of the tongue. I remember many years ago, one day in the Vrindavan dining hall, we used to have the evening bhajans when Bhagwan was in Prashantlayam. And the bhajans got over. I was waiting at the edge of the wall where the teachers usually sit. And this student comes to me, his eyes are red short, and he said, sir, I want to talk to you. I thought he had been crying for some time, so I didn't want him to have an emotional outburst in public. So I said, come, we'll go to our room. So I brought him to the room. I said, what happened? I said, today, when bhajans was going on, I saw Swami standing in front of the altar. Swami at that time was in Prashantlayam. He said, is it? What happened? He said he was crying and he was scolding me. He said, how many times I have told you, talk less, you never listen to me. And with that, Swami was shedding profuse tears. So this boy was very emotionally charged with what had happened, and he said, so from tomorrow onwards, should I stop talking? I will maintain full mourning. So I advised him, see, that is not practical. Even if you do it, for how long can you do it? Supposing your teacher were to ask you something in class, can you say, I'm maintaining mourning and so I will not answer the teacher? So this is not practical. And I thought about it and I gave a suggestion. I said, see, there are some occasions where you can practice silence. For example, you come to the dining hall when you are having your food. All students gather. That is one occasion when you are tempted to chit-chat. You go to the Sai Ramesh Hall or go to Prashanti Mandir or you go to the college and you are assembly, a large number of people have gathered together. Again, there's a temptation to chit-chat. So make it a point that in all public assemblies, you will maintain silence. At other points of time, for the need as per the occasion, you can talk with whomsoever you want. After 1 week, again evening bhajan time, and the boy was coming out of the bhajan hall. Again he comes to me and he said, I want to talk to you. I said, come, we'll go to our room. So we went to our room again. I asked him what happened. He said, sir, Swami came again today. I said, what did he say? And he said, Swami said, I am very happy. So you see, just for 1 week of practicing restraint on his tongue, that too not for 24 hours, just for those occasions when there are public assemblies, he was able to please the Lord. So, Prasannaya Namaha, this is one of the names of the Lord in the Ashtotram Namavali. So silence is a very important principle, very dear to Swami, and as I realized later in life, it is the core of spiritual practice as well. So you want to progress in the life materially, you want to progress in life spiritually, practice restraint on the tongue, practice silence. And Swami himself practiced it. I remember there was this person in Bombay, he made a public challenge. He said, I'm going to walk on the ocean, on the shores of Bombay city, on the waves of the ocean. He is going to demonstrate that he is going to walk on the waves. If Sai Baba can match it, let him compete with you. And it was, a national uproar. And tickets were sold. People purchased tickets to be an eyewitness to that event. But there was no reaction from Swami. He kept totally mum. In fact, Swami was once narrating to us how Venkatgiri Raja was so an ardent devotee of Bhagwan. He was so charged up with this person's challenge. He said, Swami, you must put this fellow down and react to what he is saying. And then Swami said, see, if there is a competition among what humans can do, it is worth accepting that kind of a competition. If somebody says that, see, I can eat 10 kgs of rice, can you eat more than 10 kgs? Let's have a competition. That is a competition which you can accept. But supposing somebody says, I can eat excreta. Can you eat excreta? Compete with me and show me whether you can also eat excreta like I can. That is not a competition that you should be participating, or that's not an invitation which you can participate in. So accept. So Swami told you keep quiet and show on the D-Day, the large number of people have assembled there, and this man gets up to walk on the waves of the ocean and promptly sank into the water. And the public felt so cheated that, the police had assembled there for security purposes. They had to give protection to that man from the public who felt that this fellow is cheated and taken away their money when he knew what to do. Later on, Mr. Hisla, an ardent devotee, asked Swami, Swami, if that man could not walk on the ocean, why did he throw that kind of a challenge at you? And Swami said, it's not as if he could not. He had that capacity, but he forgot what is the source of that capacity, which is the divinity, and he challenged divinity itself. He said, come on, you demonstrate. Because he got into that ahankara, he lost that capacity and he was not able to do it. And then also Swami revealed, why that person gave that kind of a challenge to me. Later on, he wrote to me in a letter, Swami, please forgive me. I thought if I take your name, there'll be a lot of publicity and I will be able to sell a lot of tickets. That's why I put up a notice and challenge like that. So Swami himself demonstrated in his life how silence has to be practiced. The second principle he said is cleanliness. It's not only external cleanliness, it is inner cleanliness also. Once while speaking to students in Trai, Swami harped upon this particular theme and he said, see, to take a case of Napoleon Bonaparte, he was a great emperor in Europe and he had so many conquerors. He said he had one principle and that was be clear, the rest will follow. And Swami gave that mantra to all the students and he started by saying, to be clear is also external clarity, external cleanliness. For example, when we are young, just ask yourself this question: do we take bath daily? No, it's a very simple dictum, but sometimes at a young age, we forgo our bath just because we are lazy or we don't give importance to it. But Swami was so particular to brush his teeth so many times a day, to shave 2-3 times a day, and this was a personal example that he gave. I remember Dr. Ravi Kumar sharing how in the 1976 summer course, Swami one day spoke about service and asked all the participants of the summer course to go to the city market and clean up the market. And he gave them a deal. He said, with what intensity you will clean the market, with that same intensity I will clean each one of your hearts. What a motivation for the students to practice the cleanliness of the environment. So there is external cleanliness and there is also internal cleanliness. And there cannot be a greater purifier of our internal makeup. Just as we are so conscious about our environment cleanliness, our personal cleanliness, the internal cleanliness is also ensured through the Nama Smarana that we cultivate. So with that, Swami prompts us, motivates us to take to the path of seva, to take to the path of loving seva, and Swami embodied that kind of love. I have seen it with the students. I remember one of our students sharing, he was just new to the campus, and one day when nobody was watching, he felt that he needed to have a small outing. So he slipped out of the campus from the college gate and went to the canteen opposite and had some tea. And when he came back, he was rejoicing in his heart of hearts. I've done something and nobody knows that I went outside the campus. And at that point of time, he thought nobody had watched. But when we came here to Prashant Lim for Guru Purnima, suddenly one day in the portico, Swami opens the door and he says, pointing at a finger, hey, what have you done? And when he goes up to him, Swami tells him, and next thing Swami says, warden, come here. And this boy's heart sank. He said, Swami, if you tell the warden, I'm finished. But Swami didn't tell the warden. And this boy was praying in his heart, Swami, please don't tell the warden, please don't tell the warden. Later on, when I asked him, this is what he revealed. And he confessed, sir, what foolishness on my part that I was afraid of man, the warden, but I was not afraid of God. He was not afraid that Swami knows it. But that was Swami, He was always there to correct us with love and never failed to correct us. I mean, this is something which I can speak from my personal experience. He never hesitated to tell each one of us what he honestly felt, and that was the beauty of our association and relationship with him. And the fifth principle, he says, is hatelessness. Adveshta sarva bhutana. Don't have hatred for any person in the world. Even if that person has harmed you, don't have any ill feeling because his own action will take care. And today, when we are talking so much of turmoil in Afghanistan, let me share this experience of a devotee from Bangalore. He got a Government of India contract to construct a dam in Afghanistan. And one of our senior members in the organization was asking him, how come the Taliban people, the terrorists, they were allowing you to do that kind of work? And being a Sai devotee, he had started Narayan Seva also for the people there, and he constructed in the premises around the dam at least 8 small mosques for the local population to do their prayers. So when he was asked this question, how come you were not afraid of the Taliban? How come you were able to peacefully do your work and construct the dam? He said, no, whenever the Taliban people had some adventure of making some bomb blast somewhere, they would alert us in advance that, sir, we are going here for conducting our operations, so please ask your people to be safe. So imagine, love transcends religion, transcends boundaries, transcends gender, race, and that is the power of love. And hatelessness, if you practice it, Swami practiced it, and his devotees and his students have a wonderful opportunity to practice it and see the power of love. If there's one central message that his devotees and his students have to take in their life, it is this principle of love. And that is what Swami wants us first to pick up when we are students here in the university, and then wherever we go. In fact, shortly after this, we have many of our alumni, I find, participating, who are spreading that love in myriad ways. I know it, though I am very distant from them, to spread that love wherever you go, so that when people look at you, they will recognize that here was somebody, Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, who was the embodiment of love, who was love walking on 2 feet, and who has inspired all these people, the Sai people, also in a similar way. One lamp is lit, and that lamp, with that, the flame of that lamp, you light another 10 candles. Those 10 candles will light another 100 candles. And that is how this world, as long as we are here on this planet, we should aim that at least some person in our vicinity breathes easier because we were associated with them. Some person's life has been touched and they have been made more happier, they have been made more peaceful just by association. By these actions, we will not only please the world, but we will also achieve the purpose for which the avatar came on earth, and that is to celebrate the marriage of heaven and earth. You don't have to go to the heavens to bring heaven here on earth with the principle of love, with the principle of Satya, Dharma, Ahimsa. See, that is what was the mission of Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba. And to invite that, to learn from our elders, to learn from people who have practiced this for some time in their life, and to draw inspiration, to draw insights, and for our own life. That is what this summer course is intended to. Once again, thanking all the organizers for this wonderful opportunity bestowed on me to do Sai Smaran. I take leave of all of you. Sai Ram.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful pointers on living Bhagwan's message. Indeed, as you rightly said, living Bhagwan's message is a lifetime assignment. It is a daily assignment, and it is a personal assignment to each one of us. Thank you for giving us those 5 pointers to live our lives by. Often, one of the barriers that comes in the way of our implementing Bhagwan's teachings in our lives, or to live up to the Bharatiya culture, is the phrase, it is not practical or relevant in today's times. With the westernized model of education, we would rather let science prove to us that turmeric has a medical value rather than have faith in our ancients' wisdom. Oh, if only we had a little bit of openness and a little bit of willingness to experiment, with what has been said. As the last program of today morning, we have a panel discussion on the topic Relevance of Bharatiya Samskriti in Contemporary Times. The panel would be moderated by Dr. J.K. Kiran Kumar. Dr. J.K. joined for his 11th and 12th class in the Sri Sathya Sai Higher Secondary School in 1993. He went on to complete his BSc in Chemistry between 1995 and 98. He completed his MSc in Chemistry in the year 2000 and also completed his MBA in 2002. He was awarded PhD in Chemistry in the year 2010 and subsequently joined as a lecturer in the Brindavan campus. He is currently an assistant professor and the associate head of the Department of Chemistry, Brindavan campus, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. I request Dr. J.K. Kiran Kumar to introduce the other members of this panel discussion. Sairam.
I offer my loving pranams at the lotus feet of my beloved Lord. Esteemed Director, respected elders, colleagues, and dear student brothers, a loving Sairam to all. Welcome to the first panel discussion on relevance of Bharatiya Samskriti in contemporary times as part of the summer course in Indian Culture and Spirituality 2021. As mentioned earlier in the day, summer course in Indian Culture and Spirituality began way back in 1972, and over the years, Bhagwan personally organized 13 more summer courses. The audience for these summer courses included student representatives from all over the country as well as selected participants from overseas. The summer course would be the first class of the academic year where Bhagwan would invite learned speakers, men and women from various walks of life, from various geographies, to come and address the participants on numerous aspects of Indian culture or Bharatiya Samskriti. Samskriti, the word originates from the root samskara, meaning purification, removal of dust and imperfections, and also planting the virtues of humankind. Bharatiya Samskriti is reflected in the great scriptures and epics of Bharat and the lives and teachings of saints and seers of a great country. However, a question may arise in our minds as to the relevance of this Bharatiya culture in today's context. The epics, scriptures, or the seers were born and lived in a different era. It is a totally different set of desha, kala, and paristhiti, or place, time, and context. So how do the aspects of Bharatiya culture become relevant in the context of the present times that we live in? In order to discuss on this topic, we have four learned and experienced people with us today. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the panel members. The first member on today's panel is Dr. Manikonda Sainath. An alumnus of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Sainath sir did his bachelor's and master's in physics and graduated in 1990 from the institute. He went on to do his PhD at SSSIHL in the field of nuclear physics. He then served the institute as a faculty member for over a decade. Thereafter, Sainath sir has held many positions in academia. He served as professor of physics in Aurora's Scientific and Technological Institute and Methodist College of Engineering and Technology. In 2010, he took over as the controller of examinations at Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies. Over the next decade, Sir served as the Director of Research Programs at Mahavir Institute of Science and Technology, Hyderabad, Director, Breweries Institute of Technology Campus at Mangalore, and Dean of Academics and Planning, and also as the Dean of Innovation, Incubation, and Entrepreneurial Development Programs at Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies, Basar. Currently, Professor Sainath is the Dean at ICFI Institutions, Hyderabad. Professor Sainath is a keen researcher and has authored nearly 85 research papers in reputed international peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings. Sainath sir is an erudite speaker and has spoken on numerous occasions in the physical presence of Bhagwan Baba.
I remember those days from my student days at Prashant Nilayam, where there would be no occasion where Sainath sir would not be listed as a speaker, be it the summer courses, Dashera celebrations, or any other occasion. Sainath sir would be called upon by Bhagwan to make a speech. Sir's greatest blessing has been to serve as the personal servitor of our beloved Lord. And in the physical proximity of Bhagwan, Sir has been a witness to numerous events and incidents with Bhagwan and has very many lessons to share with all of us. I sincerely welcome Professor M. Sainath as member of today's panel discussion. The second member on today's panel is Brother Kota Sivakumar. Brother Sivakumar is an electronics and communications engineer with a degree from Osmania University, Hyderabad. He worked for 5 years in IFCO, Gujarat, before joining Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning for his master's in business administration in the year 1993. Brother Sivakumar specializes in the field of HR consulting and corporate training. He has rich work experience of over 30 years, which includes serving as the head of HR in companies like Bahn Infosystems, Vandenberg, and Intergraph Consulting. In 2005, Brother Kota set up the Institute of Success, Awareness, and Inspiration, INSAI, a HR consulting firm in Hyderabad. As the chief consultant of INSAI Consulting, Brother has trained over 9,000 participants in reputed companies and institutions such as Wells Fargo, Deloitte, Computer Associates, ISB, Oracle India, Genpact, CSC, Novartis, and GlaxoSmithKline. Brother Kota Sivakumar is an active member of the Sri Sathya Sai organization. He served as the spiritual coordinator for Hyderabad district, is a regular study circle facilitator in the states of AP and Telangana. He coordinated an initiative called the Navasutra Jnana Yagna, a 9-month practice sadhana on the 9-point code of conduct in the cities of Hyderabad, Pune, and Bangalore. Brother Kota is a regular contributor to Radio Sai's Telugu and English channels. He has contributed more than 60 programs on Tyagopanishad, a weekly series for analysis and deeper understanding of Sri Tyagaraja's compositions. He is a speaker in the Samarpan Fora and is an empaneled speaker at Sri Sathya Sai Center for Human Values, Prashant Nilayam. I also remember Brother Sivakumar as a gifted singer and a composer of a number of songs at Prashant Nilayam. Welcome, Brother Sivakumar, for today's panel discussion. The next member on the panel is Brother D.V. Chandrasekhar. Brother D.V. hails from the temple town of Bhadrachalam and joined the Sri Sathya Sai Higher Secondary School, Prashant Nilayam, in the year 1993. He did his BSc Physics from Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Vrindavan campus, and went on to pursue his master's from the Prashant Nilayam campus. He has received gold medals for academic excellence from the divine hands of Bhagwan Baba. As per the divine command, Brother Chandrasekhar dedicated his life to the healthcare mission of Bhagwan. He has been with Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences, Whitefield, since its inception in 2001. Presently, Brother D.V. is a senior manager of the Departments of Radiology, Neurosurgery, and Security Services of the hospital. Brother Chandrasekhar served as a special invitee to the subcommittee Sri Sathya Sai Central Trust, the Medical Care Division, the apex body that manages the trust's hospitals. Alongside his regular duties at the hospital, Brother D.V. also coordinates the Seva activities of alumni in the hospital and liaises with Sevadal coordinators. Brother Chandrasekhar served as the youth coordinator and convener of the SSS IHMS Samiti. He teaches Vedam to residents of the hospital campus and also in the Vrindavan Ashram. He supervises Vedam sessions for the students of the College of Nursing. He actively participates in the Veda Poshana initiative of Sri Sathya Sai Seva Organization, Karnataka, and has toured several districts across the state to conduct Vedam workshops. In 2019-20, he served as the Vice President, Bangalore East District, Sri Sathya Sai Seva Organization, Karnataka. In August 2020, he took over as in the role of a president and is currently responsible for the functioning of all the samitis and their activities in the district. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Brother D.V. Chandrasekhar to be part of this panel. We also have Brother Vinod Karthik joining us on this panel today. Brother Karthik hails from the city of Jamshedpur, Jharkhand. He did his chemical engineering from IIT Chennai before joining Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in 2005 to pursue his MBA. A brilliant student, Vinod secured gold medals both in BTech and MBA. From the year 2007 to 2011, Brother Vinod was part of an elite group formerly known as the Waiting Boys. During this time, Brother Karthik stayed at Puttaparthi seeking and receiving guidance from Bhagwan. In September 2010, under the active guidance and involvement of Bhagwan Baba, Brother Vinod set up the Sai Krishna Charitable Trust. SKCT, as this charitable trust is referred to in short, is currently involved in educare, socio-care, and healthcare related seva activities. SKCT is supported by a large number of volunteers from the alumni and the devotee community. In the recent COVID-induced lockdown, SKCT was a platform where a lot of inspired people congregated and served food to almost 1.5 lakh of migrant labor at Bangalore. Brother Vinod, along with his parents and wife, has dedicated his life to seva. Brother Vinod has also consulted for large organizations like McKinsey, Frost and Sullivan, Unilever, and Mitsubishi. He spearheads 3H Catalyst, a training and consulting organization based in Bengaluru. Welcome aboard the panel, Brother Vinod Karthik. With the introductions done, I would like to get the panel discussion started. This morning we had some thought-provoking and illuminating talks, and we heard a lot about Bharatiya Samskriti, its meanings and learnings from the scriptures. In the context of this panel discussion, I request Brother Kota Shivkumar to throw some light onto what is Bharatiya Samskriti and its essence in the words of Bhagwan himself. Brother Shivkumar.
Thanks so much. Placing my humble pranams at the lotus feet and welcoming all the young brothers who are entering into these divine portals. The topic is Bharatiya Samskriti. And very briefly to look at it, I was actually going through the only reference possible, which is the touchstone for us, that is called Sathya Sai Vahini of Swami. And this was actually earlier called Bharatiya Paramartha Vahini, Sathya Sai Vahini. When Swami started that writing in Sanatana Sarthi, it was called Bharatiya Paramartha. Ready to say, actually meaning to say that what is the essence of Bharatiyata, the culture. So we get our answer there. And Swami first of all said it is very expensive, very difficult to define. The second thing Swami said is that this is a very, very subtle definition. I request all brothers to pay attention. Swami said, having a feeling that I have love in me, the love that is there in me, is given only to love God. This is Bharatiya Samskriti. I repeat, Swami said, having a feeling that the love that is been given to me is only to love God, is Bharatiya Samskriti. Now you can extrapolate that saying that any talent that is given in me, the intelligence that is given in me, when everything is offered back to God, that is Bharatiya Samskriti. That's the first most beautiful encompassing definition that I found. Also it goes on to mean that loving world as world is of least quality, Swami says. Loving God for fulfilling desires of medium quality is actually in between. And loving God because there is nothing more lovable in this world, this is of the highest quality. That is Bharatiyata, is what Swami says. These are various aspects. We'll just sum it up with one example Swami gives in Sathya Sai Vahini. Swami says, one day Dharmaraja and Draupadi were taking a walk in the majestic Himalayas. Now Draupadi looks at Dharmaraja and says, "Oh Lord, you have always been wedded to Dharma. You never wavered from Dharma. And yet you are the one who had to go through so much of plight, so much of difficulties and sorrow. How come this happened? Why did God allow that?" Dharmaraja looks at the Himalayas, looks at Draupadi and says, "Oh Draupadi, look at these Himalayas. Why do we love Himalayas? Why do I love Himalayas? I love them for their majesty, not with any expectation that they have to give me something. And so it is with Dharma." This is what Swami wrote in Sathya Sai Vahini. And I guess my pickup from that is that Swami is saying, anytime when we involve in Satya Dharma Shanti Prema Himsa, any of the values that Swami gives us, and live for them, because that just inspires us. They are so majestic. This is Bharatiyata. And I think that's the best definition perhaps with which we can start, is what I feel, brother. JK, over to you.
Yeah, so beautifully put, brother. Loving God for himself, without any conditions. That's a beautiful way to put it. The first step in any secular or spiritual inquiry or a research is actually defining the problem. Swami says, be clear and rest will follow. And if we are clear about the problem statement itself, then we are in a better position to look for answers and solutions. In this context, I would now request the members of the panel to briefly delve over what are the challenges or questions of contemporary times. In this regard, I will first call upon Brother Karthik to present his views. Brother Vinod Karthik.
Loving Sai Ram to all the teachers, and I think gratitude to all of them for making us whatever we are firstly. Of course, loving pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet, who's been guiding us all along, and to all the distinguished members who have spoken before us, to all the panel members, Sai Ram and respects to all of you. I think we're all living obviously in very uncertain times, as Sanjay Sani sir just pointed out a little while back, right? Where there are numerous challenges. And if I was to bring out some of these problems, I think the words that come to my mind is the 7 deadly sins, as they're typically called, right? Which is wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, science without humanity, knowledge without character, politics without principles, commerce without morality, and worship without sacrifice, right? So all of these are, I think, in a way, we are getting to see all of these literally in our day-to-day life constantly. The whole world seems to be circumambulating what Swami says as dhanam, 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 right? There is very little scope, it looks like, for dharma. The increasing prevalence of corruption seems to so-called undermine the value of, is truth even valid at all? Concepts like fear of sin and love for God seem to be completely missing on one hand. And anyone who is seen as good and kind, people typically, right, the society typically seems to initially value them as somebody who's also weak. And we're in times where clearly, while the violence of the wicked is increasing, the silence of the good also seems to be increasing. So both of them together have a compounding effect, leading to all the different grave problems that we're talking about, right? And in this context, I think I'd just like to congratulate every student who's joined the portals of this university, because this is an opportunity for us to not just look at these problems squarely, but hopefully learn the tools and tricks to handle them, and also grow and try and become role models to try and see how we can scale them and help others scale them. Sai Ram.
So nicely put, Brother Vinod. I'm sure these are the thoughts running in many of the minds, tuned in right now to this broadcast as well. Next, we will have Sainath sir expressing his views on this point.
Sai Ram, my loving pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet. My loving Sai Ram to all my Sai brothers in this audience. And it's a very interesting topic because, having been experienced to the world outside after having lived in the paradise that was Puttaparthi, we are often faced with this question. Are cultural values and ethics and morals really relevant in today's times? And it's a very pertinent question in the sense that invariably it shakes the very foundations of our own beliefs. So it is very vital that we discuss this. And yes, based on different angles, there is definitely not going to be enough time to do justice to the entire topic. That goes without saying, because Bharatiya Sanskriti itself is so vast and it can be explained, understood and experienced in so many diverse ways that it's impossible to cover it in just such a short time, but such a limited number of speakers and audience also. Nevertheless, I would like to basically tackle the problem as I see it, primarily because in all my life I have been in the education field. So, and I've also seen why when Bhagwan actually established the Satya Institute of Higher Learning, Bhagwan many times said that because he identified the training of the young minds to be the key as to why the future has to be secure. So we have to train the young minds of today if we have to see a secure future. I would like to basically identify my problems from the educational domain point of view and how it impacts the society. In this context, I have 5 main points which I see as critical to the current contemporary issues. The first one is about education not focusing on building character. I think that's the reason why the future citizens are not exactly trained to handle responsibility in a responsible way. We have all heard Bhagwan quote in several discourses, and I repeat, when wealth is lost, nothing is lost. When health is lost, something is lost. But when character is lost, everything is lost. What we see today, unfortunately today, is just the order being reversed, where the severe and the topmost priority is being given to earning wealth. And this I see as one of the most critical dichotomy when crisis, which we as a society are facing, and possibly the consequences of which we are going to reap in the future. The second point I would like to make is about the mad focus which the society today is giving on marks and not on remarks. Today marks are everything. Even unfortunately, even the framework of our education and further progression is also tailored for measuring success only in terms of marks and GPAs. The consequence of this is that parents and teachers have to take it as a personal. Now, many of them take it as a personal and a status issue to encourage students from very young ages to get marks by hook or by the crook. It doesn't matter how, we want marks. And in this pursuit, we are losing quite a few things, beginning with our childhood, our peace of mind, and unfortunately, even our humanity at times. The third problem which I identify is the thin line between self-confidence and arrogance, which we see in our youth, and unfortunately, which transcends further into their older ages. I have been a part of several interview panels at students as well as faculty levels, and one direct consequence of the above 2 points which I just mentioned is observed when young adults often miss identifying this thin line that divides self-confidence from arrogance. Often they confuse being brash with being confident, and they end up paying a very heavy price for it in the future. So identification of this thin line between self-confidence and arrogance is another major issue which I think is afflicting our society today. The fourth one is addiction to gadgets and compromising on quality time. Now this, if you ask me, especially in this COVID pandemic times, has turned out to be one of the most serious afflictions which we face today at all levels. Of course, I will talk about it in more detail later, but the damage is there from very young age, where kids and young adults are in themselves falling and paying a very heavy price because of this. Somewhere down the line, we are placing more value on the creation rather than the creator. And we are ending up forgetting that the creator who is associated with our spiritual progress from within is a more important pursuit to be focused on rather than the material that only tickles our senses from the external. And finally, I would like to say that there are too many distractions which is making students lose focus on education, and it makes them pick up interest on other matters. Educational institutions today are becoming safe havens for vices of different types, avocations toward other distractions like politics, drugs, violence, gossiping, all these. These have superseded the main purpose of actually acquiring a decent education. And the perverted results of these transgressions, it's there for every one of us to see. So I would like to identify these 5 main contributions as the main problems in our society today. And I particularly find it very important because I think these problems at this level are what is giving birth to more problems at a different level, to different other age groups in our society.
So succinctly put, sir. Sir has highlighted the issues ailing the education sector today, and he has highlighted 5 important points which we need to look at. We'll come back to the solutions in some time, but before that, I will request Brother DV to highlight certain points that are a matter of concern in his view.
Sairam to everyone. Gratitude to Bhagwan for giving me this opportunity. Respected teachers, dear fellow panel members, and just my dear students. We are starting with stating the problem, which is actually can be considered as something negative to start with. But the previous speaker in Bhagavad Gita said, the entire Bhagavad Gita started with Arjuna Vishada Yoga. We need to start with what's the problem that we are trying to understand. That is all, that clarity itself on the problem itself is a yoga. And Valmiki started by, the Shlokam Shokatvam Agataha. The entire Ramayana came out of Shoka of Valmiki. So in that sense, what is it? Swami has actually, in a beautiful poem, Telugu poem, describing why he has come. He said, Yuga Dharma Paddhatul Vigalitamayyunda Nayamargamunu Drippi Nadupu Koraku. Why did I come? I came because there are disastrous trends that I see in Kali age. And I want to turn these trends around. Mankind is actually at a very breakneck speed heading towards his own disaster. And therefore, Swami has come to actually reverse the trend. And what are these trends that we are talking about? I mean, in the introduction, Dr. Sundaresan mentioned that these hallmarks of Kali age, right? Especially the forces of ego, injustice, falsehood, immorality, and cruelty. These are doing the devil dance on the world stage. And what we see all around, whether it is at individual level, family level, society, or at the world at large, you take any field of human endeavor, these trends are uniform. And like Saina sir mentioned, it's all the order of priorities has been reversed. We are living in an ulta pulta world, topsy-turvy. Everything is topsy-turvy in terms of priorities. You take at the individual level, man has forgotten the purpose of his existence itself. I mean, he considers himself and others as this meat machine. This body called the meat machine, and he's spending the entire life in just attending to his bodily needs. I mean, even if he has acquired knowledge and wisdom, and he's using mind, intellect, etc., finally all that is being used for satisfying this bodily needs. So as per our scriptures, there are, Swami says there are 4 purusharthas: dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. And the whole journey is, supposed to be the starting point is dharma and the end point is moksha. But man has conveniently left the dharma and moksha out, and then he's just focusing on artha and kama. And, that is the root cause of all the problems that have come. If you see the Western culture, right? The Western culture is all about work, earn, spend, and one day they die. So there's no sanctity of this precious human life. It's all wasted in the pursuit of all these temporary pleasures. And that is what is leading to mindless materialism and consumerism and destroying both man and nature itself. So with this advancement of science and technology and globalization, these trends which were once restricted to the West have like a pandemic, like COVID has spread to other parts of the world and especially India. And the young generation of our country is blindly aping the West. So the choices, these choices are getting actually reflected in every aspect of our life. For example, you just take something like food. Now, most of the young generation, and for that matter, even across ages, they are now, into packaged food and with, which have harmful preservatives. And then we are gladly drinking in carbonated drinks, which are very, very, very harmful for our body. If you take clothes, youngsters wear, these gunshot blue denims and all these, which are actually imported. All these trends are imported from the West, from the US. Actually, these blue denims are clothes which are worn by the US workmen, not the executives. But why are we aping them? Swami talks about this preyas and shreyas marga, right? That which is good for you and that which is pleasant. So all these choices, what they have made and now we are making, we means India as a whole, is about choosing the preyas and therefore leading to the downfall. So to make the wise choice, we need to make the right choice and we need to be wise. And where is this wisdom? This wisdom is in the scriptures. And what's happening in scriptures? They have been sort of, reduced to comics and cartoons and TV serials, more for entertainment than enlightenment. So, in addition, this wisdom is encoded in a language called Sanskrit, and maybe passed on to vernacular languages. But the greatest harm that the colonial rule or the British rule has done is to inject English into our education system. And Swami said that is the biggest disaster that has happened to the education system, because we as Indians lost pride in our own culture. And therefore, our value system is slowly getting replaced with Western thought. And in spite of attaining freedom physically, independence physically, this mental slavery to the Western thought is the root cause of the problem. And schools and parents are still encouraging people to choose foreign languages like French and German over Indian languages. So if children grow up with this, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, not only the child falls, along with everybody falls, all fall down. And this tradition, this highest wisdom of our India, which is encapsulated in the shlokas, which are taught by mothers right from their, when they sing lullabies to the children in the cradle, Vakratunda Mahakaya, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, this is how you need to treat your teacher. All this is lost. So when parents are busy at work and then ayats are taking care of children, what else do you expect from child when he grows up? He's emotionally unstable, and then there's no love in the family. Therefore, he's looking for love in the friends. So the value system of the family has been replaced with some XYZ who are your friends. That's leading to emotional turbulence, mental health disorders. Then it takes to alcoholism, substance abuse, and whole lot of other tendencies towards antisocial mindset. So the taproot, once Swami had actually clarified what is the problem with man today. Swami created during a interview, Swami created a Rama's ring, and then he passed it on to the students, and all of them suddenly started focusing on the Rama's ring, and then Swami was sitting there all the while, and they forgot about Swami. And when it came back, and Swami kept it on the teepot and said, "This is the problem with man. Man's focus is on the creation and not the creator. That is the root cause of all the problems." So if like a farmer, if the farmer ignores the root and then focuses on watering the branch, the leaf, and the flowers, etc., it is foolishness. There's no point in foolishly trying to water all the external things, forgetting God. So this is the root cause of the problem. The problem statement is the lack of recognition that there is a God which permeates the entire creation. This is what I think.
Nicely put, brother, and truly said. I mean, we're really spoiled for choices today, and we are literally brainwashed by the corporate, to really make wrong choices, which are not in line possibly with our Bharatiya Samskriti or the Indian culture. Next, we will have Brother Shivkumar making his points.
Sure. Thanks for asking me to do this. The revered speakers before me have actually said it so beautifully, the stage for understanding the issues with the contemporary life. Of course, we are not trying to paint a negative picture, like one of my brothers said. We are trying to realistically identify what is troubling us. I would like to put it as 3 points. The first one for me is too much of aspiration. I'm a HR person, so the way I want to look at it is that you call it career growth or you call it growth in life in general. There's too much of aspiration without any ceiling, like what Swami suggests. And therefore, what's happening is that we are all competing with each other. Competitiveness is the essential driver for us instead of cooperation. That is one issue. Now, when we look at small examples like driving on the road, we madly race. We madly want to be ahead of the other person. Towards what end, we don't know. And unfortunately, we see so many accidents happening. Even if we look at the issues, political issues, social issues that are happening across the world today, much of it actually has competitiveness and competition behind as one of the issues of the lifestyle. This is the first point I want to bring out. The second thing that the contemporariness is fostering is contribution is taking a back seat as compared to the consumption. The focus is more going on to the consumption. We all want the system to give us something. We all want the nature to give us something. But hardly there's anybody saying, what is my contribution? I do remember, even in the year 2005, after 10 years, when I passed out from the institute, and then we all had this wonderful opportunity where Swami spoke to us in a reunion meeting of the MBA department. Swami came to me and then was talking to me about a few things. He was asking me a few things about my job and all. And one of the regular advices that Swami gives to everybody, he looks at me so lovingly, caringly, and he says, "What is the salary you get?" And then he says, "Don't waste money and always contribute, give more than what your salary, whatever is the salary you get." And it's such a loving, such an affectionate, such a caring concern that Swami has. But he has been telling us only one thing: you contribute more than what you consume, so that the system always would like to say that we are indebted to you. Never, you will have to never end up in a position I'm indebted to the system. As a HR person, like one of my brothers ahead of me told, I interview a lot of people for their positions in organizations. What I see is that out of 10 people who come for interviews, 9 people, they look for what they get from the job. They ask these questions like, what is the learning I have? What is the earning I have? And so on. What are the skills I'm going to pick up in the next 3 years? Friend, why are you asking this question, you ask? And then you'll say that, obviously, my CV has to look better so that it gives me a better job later. So that seems to be the mindset that has come up. And probably 1 out of 10 would want to ask the question, how can I contribute to this organization? I think 1 out of 10 might also be a big number. So that is, and quickly on to the third point, I think we are in this contemporary issues, objects are loved more than God, but God is feared, unfortunately. God is feared in some quarters, but objects are loved. Gadgets are the new gods, like Brother Sainath said. Gadgets are the new god for us. And why are they the new god? Because our time is lost in that. They enjoy our Nitya Smarana. Instead of thinking about the Lord, we are thinking constantly about these gadgets. So I think these are the kind of issues that are coming up, according to me. But I think as we go by and then try to see what are the where are the solutions in Bharatiya Samskriti, probably we can talk about it again. Over to you, brother.
That's so true, brother. So sealing on desires, I think, is the real crux of the thing, and really knowing what to desire for, actually. That is also so very important. Now, where do you look for solutions to all these problems? And as a person with a science background and somebody who's done research, we have this concept of literature review. We go back to what material we already have with us. And in this context, we are fortunate to have with us so much wisdom in the form of scriptures, in the lives of our saints and seers, which can guide us in this endeavor of searching for solutions. So next, I think we should look at possibly, what are the pointers which these scriptures hand over to us or point us to, so that we can look for solutions to all the problems that we have possibly mentioned. So, Brother Chandrasekhar, would you like to get started on this and let us know how we can look for solutions from our scriptures and learn from the Indian culture?
Sure. So, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Tasmat Shastram Pramanam Te, Karya Karya Vyavastitho. What is it that man has to do? What I should do, what I shouldn't do? I think that should not be left to his discretion. There is a scripture, and these scriptures remind you, whether they're the Vedas or the Upanishads or the Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavata, these are not product of some imagination of human mind. They are the true wisdom that is enshrined in the cosmic consciousness, delivered through selfless rishis, and therefore they don't speak anything but the truth. Just to give a visual imagery of what I'm talking about, our Bharatiya culture is so well structured that Swami also says, life is a game played. So what our ancients did was, in order to teach children, how to play this game of life and win, they came up with a board game called Moksha Patamu. I mean, a board game called Moksha Patamu. If I say Moksha Patamu or maybe Paramapada Sopana Pathamu or Vaikunthapali, it's called in Andhra. These are not familiar names. But if I say snakes and ladders, then everybody says, oh, you're talking about snakes and ladders. Because this is, again, a Western, they've hijacked our wisdom and then repackaged it, and British called it snakes and ladders. And again, it went to US, and then again, they repackaged it and removed the snakes and put some chutes. So chutes and ladders. So this is how our wisdom has been, hijacked by the Western and then repackaged and again given back to us. And now we are behind what they have repackaged for us, and then forgot our own, So this game was supposed to be a moral game to teach children how the game of life has to be played. So there are obviously, how to administer the Bharatiya culture in a very fun way. You have about 100 squares, which represents the Shatamanam Bhavati, right? So 100 years of full human lifespan. And as you progress through life, obviously there are dicey situations, right? And you put the dice, and then there are sometimes you go up the ladder, sometimes you come down the snake. So these ladders and snakes represent, the ladders obviously represent the virtues, and the snakes represent the vices. And then sometimes, in spite of all your hard work, you're back to square one. You keep playing the game, and again, just before you're about to reach the destination, you're back to square one. I think that's where the back to square one word has come. So man is actually going in pursuit of life, not knowing why he's playing this game. The final destination is moksham. That's why this is called moksha patam. And as you go through these ladders and snakes, and then punarapi jananam, punarapanam, you keep going, falling, and then go up. A man doesn't seem to know how to get rid of this cycle. Yeah. So that is where Bharatiya culture comes up with, a solution for everything. The scriptures have the solution. For example, if somebody is stuck in a maze, right? Man is stuck in a maze. He's going round and round and coming back to the same place and doesn't know how do you exit the maze from this cycle of birth and death. But suppose a bird was there in the maze. It doesn't get stuck in the maze because it just flies higher. And once you go higher, there is no maze there. You're free to roam wherever you want. So that is the visual imagery. If you like how Bhakta Prahalada, the classic example of Bhakta Prahalada, he saw God in the entire creation, and therefore there were no snakes for him. It was only ladders in this game. So so basically what he did was he's clever enough to actually side with the person who designed the game, and therefore now he will always be a winner. Because he knows exactly how the game works, and the person who controls the game is actually on his side. So, seeing the creator in every inch of creation is the higher learning, if we can say. If we learn that, then obviously you are saved. You escape this entire the harmful effects of the creation. But suppose you don't have that. The next best attitude is Sarva Karma Bhagavad Prityartham, Sarva Karma Bhagavad Arpitam. As Shukma sir said, everything that you do you do it for the love of God. But if you do that way, then whatever be the brickbats that life throws at you, you take it positively, saying that this is the will of God. I do it for the love of God. Therefore, every adversity becomes an opportunity. We have innumerable examples. I just quote one or two. King Parikshit was cursed, saying that in 7 days you're going to die. He didn't take it as as the fear of death. He just said, okay, let me have these 7 days. I transform this problem or a crisis into an opportunity, and finally he was liberated. The Pandavas lost the game of dice. They could have just sat back and sulked. They didn't do that. They as their dharma, they gave their word. They went to the Vanvasa. But it so happened that during the process of the Vanvasa, they acquired a lot of divine astras and shastras. We actually led them to win the war. Yeah. So Sugriva, for example, when sent his armies to all four directions and said, to find out Sita's, and he gave very minute details of geography. And then Rama was wonderstruck. How do you know so much about this earth? And then Sugriva smiles and says, out of fear of Vali, I was running all over the place. So I know exactly where there's a mountain, where there's a stream, where there's a forest. Which means Sugriva was being prepared to participate in Ramakarya. Which means whenever adversity, God allows problems to come into your life, obviously He's preparing you for His purpose. So if that is your attitude towards life, obviously, you take everything positively. I will end with just citing another dimension of the Bharatiya culture problem. The problem that Bharatiya culture solves is at individual, but more than that, it has created this mechanism of this family. The emphasis that Bharatiya culture has on family values and family system, that actually is very, very unique to our culture. the central pivot around which everything revolves in Bharatiya culture is Matru Devo Bhava. Nowadays, children, because they don't regard their parents as gods or don't revere them, it is they who are actually losing. Swami says the mightiest thing, the sweetest thing, as well as the most powerful thing is not some hydrogen bomb or atom bomb or something in this world. It is the most powerful thing is mother's love. And he gives an example of how the mother's love in Kunti actually made Pandavas virtuous. And that is the secret why they won the war. And why Duryodhana lost the war is not because of all the other factors that we talk about, but because he did not even deserve the grace of the eyesight. His mother's eyesight did not even fall on him. So where is the question of, if he can't deserve mother's love, where is the question of winning the world? So Pitru Deva Bhava, Swami says, Rama followed. Rama went to the forest just to keep Dasharatha in the path of truth, and that is the reverence that Rama gave to father. So mother and father, they're called parents. So most of the modern kids ask, why should we respect our parents? Because they are the one who gave you this home, and then you're staying in that. So you have to pay rent. You have to pay rent to them because they are the owners of this body. So as long as you live in that house, you need to respect and revere your parents. And in this and these relationships relationship between brothers, all these are relationships that God has gifted you. It's not that you have acquired them. By your very birth, you got them. So Rama, you see the example of Bharata and Lakshmana. Lakshmana on his own volunteered to accompany Rama. And on one side, you have the example of Vali and Sugriva, where those two were fighting for a kingdom. Bharata and Rama were also fighting for the kingdom, but to give it to the other person. So there's a fight here, there's a fight there, but see the difference in the fight. That is the kind of brotherly love, which obviously, is non-existent here. The modern day sons or brothers, would have easily, taken either Dasharatha to court or Bharata would have taken Rama to court, whatever, to actually resolve the issue, rather than, stick to their higher ideals and then show that generosity. Rama was in human relationships, not only within the family. Rama was an ideal enemy as well. I mean, he did not want to win a war just like that. When Ravana was tired of fighting, he actually said, I think you're tired now. Go back, relax, rejuvenate yourself and come back for a fight. I mean, that kind of a dharma, even when it came to winning a war against your enemy. It's not that Rama considered Ravana as his enemy. It was Ravana who considered Rama as his enemy. So if you see the relationships either within the family or the central place that, a guru has in the progress, the spiritual progress of every human individual. Nowadays, students have scant respect for teachers. They said, even if somebody even if somebody teaches you one akshara, you have to revere him as your teacher for life. That is the Bharatiya thought and culture. So when Rama, who's a prince, was asked to just accompany Vishwamitra, he did not think twice. I mean, where is my mattress, or where is my my food? How will I get? What about his comforts, his silk? Absolutely nothing. He just accompanied Guru and then remained as his servant. In spite of saving the yajna, he comes back the next day, did not stand like, yes, I have done your work. He just said, Aham kinkarosmi. I am your servant. Let me know what I can do next for you. What next? Please order me. That was the kind of attitude. And so this the choice of this snake versus ladders, right? Shreyas versus prayers is a choice that everybody has in their life. And when Sita chose Shreyas, she accompanied Rama. And she got Rama and then left the palace. But the moment she shifted to Preyas and went after the golden deer, then she lost Rama. So that is the power of the choice that you have to make. So these are some of the lessons that are embedded in Bharatiya culture. Karna chose to side with Duryodhana because of gratitude to him, his friendship. So he left the side of dharma, and what happened to Karna. Whereas Rama, who could have easily sided with Vali to win, to get back Sita, that would have been the most easiest and pleasant thing. He did not do that. He sided with Sugriva, and then though Sugriva was not as powerful as Vali, he still stood by dharma. So in all these examples, you see that how the context has been changing, but since the problems that originate are essentially because of human nature, kama, krodha, lobha, moha, and that has not changed with time, right? Therefore, the solutions also don't change with time. What was applicable at that time is still relevant today because it is as contemporary, as fresh as ever. That is why these are long-lasting solutions for eternity. Sorry.
Nicely put, brother. We do have choices to make, and how do we really go about making those choices? The right choice is so very important. Due to want of time, I will request the panel members to make the points a little quicker. Next up, we have Dr. Sainath sir making his presentation.
Thank you, Brother JK. It was a very illustrative depiction from DV just a short time back. I would like to focus on the possible solutions I see from our scriptures pertaining to the problems which I raised. I find perhaps the best solution in contemporary times, which can be reflected back to our ancient scriptures, is encaptured in the very hostel when we set foot in the warden's room. I'm sure every student who has gone through Swami's hostels is familiar with this saying, which says, in our college, the medium of instruction is discipline. The first, second, and third languages are love, service, and sadhana. Discipline, love, service, sadhana. These are the cornerstones of an education system which Bhagwan identified long back. And educational institutions today, I feel, must give a very serious thought on redefining their purpose of existence. Why are they existing in the first place? Institutions, for example, that are grounded on the theme of making money, or somehow pushing students to achieve good marks, invariably they are compromising on these foundation principles of discipline, dedication, love, service, and sadhana. What happens as a consequence? This becomes the very first point of failure in molding our younger generations. Now, I'm very tempted at this point of time to bring in the example of the Great Wall of China, which I think every one of us know. Now, the Great Wall of China was built to keep external enemies from entering into the Chinese territory. So it was, however, as you can see, it was focusing on the external enemies, but it failed to factor in the rot from within. The wall actually, when the enemies tried to enter the wall by scaling the wall, they failed. But when the enemies simply bribed the gatekeepers of the wall at crucial junctions, they could merrily walk into the Chinese territory. Now, this is exactly, I feel, is happening in our education system, because in education system that focuses on external valuation, it fails to strengthen from within. Then this kind of a system is bound to create a product that will fail at crucial times. So therefore, the first solution from our ancient scriptures, we should go back to our roots. We should go back to bringing educational systems to focus more in infusing values and building character, because otherwise we leave the rot within and we expose ourselves to assault from enemies from outside. So that's the first solution from the ancient system. Bring back our roots, bring back our educational systems to focus in building values and making the entire framework of the educational pattern focus on building character. Once this edifice of education is built to infuse character, then the core of humanity from within begins to get strengthened. And that is when I think we begin to live up to Bhagwan's saying that the end of education is character. The second point I would like to make is, we many times hear Bhagwan say, Vidyavan labhate jnanam. One who aspires to be a Vidyarthi will actually aim to acquire wisdom. That is the true meaning of a Vidyarthi. So when we look at to achieve material outcomes from our educational process, we also become tuned to the material only. And this is when, instead of becoming a Vidyarthi, we become a Vishayarthi. One who is focusing on mere matter, information, and gossip. Now, I have seen sufficient evidence in my career about how hankering after the material made students lose their focus. And in some cases, they even took their lives. I don't want to delve into these kind of pitiable examples, but I have to tell you this, that there were many students who hankered after costly clothes, bikes, mobiles, gadgets, etc. The gadget world, gadget-driven world, like Brother Kota Shivkumar mentioned. And what happened when they hankered after these costly gadgets? Their hankering after material increased, their focus on educational pursuits dropped proportionally. I sat on several counseling sessions for students and parents falling in this category. It was also my sad duty to rusticate a few students whose educational efforts fell way below the desired levels just because they've started focusing more on the gadgets and the material world. Students who were very bright when they walked in, they walked out without completing their education because of this craze for this material world increased to such alarming levels that they forgot why they were there in the institution. So the material creation has a creator. And today's educational systems don't focus on this creator for the simple fear. I know that, when a few educational meetings which we sat with the government of India and even with the government of the respective state, when I was sitting there with my vice chancellor, they were so scared, that we cannot introduce our scriptures, we cannot introduce the Bharatiya culture without raising the banner of it being religious in nature. What is religious about Bharatiya culture? It transcends religions. It transcends time. And still, there is a fear that we introduce this into our system, we will be raising the banner of religion and other factors. That is a very misplaced assumption. And the consequence of that is where we are focusing today. Because unless we go back to this Bharatiya culture, teach the students that behind this material creation, there is a creator, we are going to pay the price for it. I'm reminded of the famous incident in Mahabharata where Duryodhana and Arjuna were presented with the two choices by Lord Krishna. Either choose my invincible army, Lord Krishna says, or you choose me on the other side. My invincible army will fight, but I will not. Duryodhana was very happy when he was given the choice. He gladly jumped and selected the formidable armies of Lord Krishna, but Arjuna knew better. He knew that when the creator was with him, the creation would automatically follow. And this kind of truth is what we need to bring in into our educational system. We need to teach the students that behind every creation, there is a creator who is the superior one. Students must be very careful, therefore, when experiencing and acquiring the knowledge of the material. I'm not saying that the knowledge of the material is not required. It's very much required. But with it must come the severe caveat that behind this material knowledge, there is a creator of this knowledge. And he deserves a much more focus than what focus we are giving on the material. So we need to overcome the temptation of succumbing to the powers of the material while at the same time realizing that every creation has a creator who is more supreme. And finally, I would like to say the focus on love and service is sorely missing in our educational systems. What we acquire by way of our education, as Bhagwan has often said, is because of the efforts which were put in by several members of the society. We owe it to the society to pay them back. And how can we pay them back? Is it by way of our money? No, by way of our love, by way of our service. And their education, therefore, needs to focus on inculcating these noble virtues like caring, sharing, serving, etc. I'm reminded of the ancient Indian saying, that's why, Indian scriptures are considered the storehouse of the wisdom of the world, because they were written and they were given to us by people who were given this wisdom of experience by the source of all wisdom. You cannot brush them aside. We cannot bring it into our ancient Indian system. They are definitely far more superior than the sciences and technologies which are invented today. And this ancient saying of Swasmai Swalpam Samajaya Sarvasvam. Swasmai Swalpam Samajaya Sarvasvam. A little bit for myself and all for the society. I think this is the kind of a thing we need to bring into our society today because it's very, very important. So these are some of the things I have brought in. I think are solutions from our ancient scriptures which we can bring in as relevant to our contemporary problems.
So true, sir. So important that we have character building as the core for any educational sector, in the educational sector. And I think in this context, Bhagwan was so gracious to set up the Sri Satsai Institute of Higher Learning as an example for the entire world to possibly follow, where he concentrated so much on character building.
Exactly, JK. Now, you see, this edifice of the entire educational system focuses on character building, not on material education. Those followed. The main emphasis here was on character building. Yeah, very well said.
Next, I would request Brother Karthik to share his views on this topic.
Sairam Sir, thank you so much for the opportunity. I think exactly as Sainath sir pointed out and Brother JK you just pointed out. So Swami was very clear when he set up this university saying, that this institute will be a temple of learning where youth are shaped into self-reliant, contented and enterprising heroes of action and self-sacrifice for the purpose of serving humanity. I'm just quoting the vision statement of our university taken from our website and, which Swami himself has directly said, right? And I know that for some of us who've probably, studied elsewhere and come, you might be confused when you initially join, right? Oh my God, there is no placement cell, right? I mean, this is a university that gives degrees to people, but doesn't have a placement cell. And do you know why that is so? The logic is very simple. Why would you do something which is already destined to happen so easily anyway, right? Why would you waste time on it? So Swami has always been so confident. I mean, I think our entire system has trained us in a way that, getting a job is like, come on, that's anyway going to happen. What's the big deal about it? Each of us is destined to get a good job anyway. But what Swami expects, I think, from each of us is practical heroism. And I recall Swami Vivekananda's words, based on the context that was just brought up here, where Swami Vivekananda had said that I treat every such person as a traitor who does not give back to society, having got his education at the cost of society, right? So that is what, I think our entire Bharatiya culture essentially says, how can we stand up for virtues like truth, for action, for sacrifice? And in this university, brothers, let me tell you that it's a great opportunity. You don't need to make any special effort. On one hand, you've got college life, you've got the hostel life, you've got the mandir life, which kind of integrates this beautifully. You have a unique opportunity to study the Indian epics, right? I don't know how many colleges are there in this country which give importance to the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, the Bhagavata. And in my opinion, if we've not been able to study this, then we can only say that we were born in India. It's tough for us to say we are Indians, actually. Geographically, we may be in India. As Swami used to always say, right? There are a lot of people who follow Bharatiya culture, whether they are in Russia or whether they are in Germany or wherever they are, because I think it's the culture that defines a person, not the geography where they were born or where they live. Ideals like Brother DV just brought out, like of Rama keeping one's promise, of Dhruva, actually, right, for persevering for the higher ideal of God himself. I think ideals such as sealing on desires which have been imprinted, I think all of these are timeless and absolutely essential to lead a successful life. And in my opinion, if I was to point out one thing that has really touched me from Bharatiya culture, I think it is what Harishchandra, Rama, everybody, Krishna stood for, but which Swami highlighted beautifully as just an 8-year-old boy. In my opinion, his first message to humanity, even before he taught Manasa Bhajare Guru Charanam. And that is in that drama entitled Cheppinattu Chestara, right? Where he says, do we do as we say? I think the fundamental of it is, can you walk the talk? Today we have innumerable, I think, people across walks of life, ranging from saints to politicians, to teachers, to students, to just everybody, right? Businessmen and so on, who will say one thing and do something totally different. And I think if we can try and stick to the ideal of Cheppinattu Chestara, then automatically life becomes, I think, beautiful for ourselves and for everyone around us. Sairam, yeah.
I will quickly request Brother Shivkumar also to share his views on this topic.
Yeah, correct. Will be very brief. I think it's all about priorities, the way I look at it, brother. Like I said, in the contemporary life, the priorities, maybe we're getting it wrong. Generally, life priorities, Brother DB has brought about so beautifully the Ramayanam context, where we look at two characters, Sugriva and Vibhishana, let us take. Sugriva had to choose, give up adharma, which was Vali personified, and go for dharma, because his artha, his own comfort, as long as he looked from Vali, he paid the price. When he looked at it from Rama, he got the relief. Now, other case was Vibhishana. He was actually always associated with the person who had kama for moha, that was Ravana, and he paid the price. The moment he decided that I'm going to leave the person who has kama for moha, but go for kama for moksha, he got relieved. So the entire the Bharatiya Samskriti through Ramayana, Ramakatha Rasavahini so beautifully Swami brings out these points. What it comes out is, how are you getting your priorities? Dharma, the Kama, Moksha, the priorities. How are you arranging them? Okay, so this is one thought. The second thing is, Swami says, God first, others next, and then me last. This is the winning priority list. You know, this is in fact, Swami quipped so beautifully, joy. This stands for Jesus, others, and you. The ice cream. He said, this is so beautiful, right? Joy. And the winning priority list is God first, others next, and me last. We look at it in Pandava's life. Like again, like Brother Divi said. Swami so beautifully said in Bhagavata Vahini, Krishna says, it's all one body. There are not so many people, Swami, Krishna said, it seems. Krishna says that the head stands for Yudhishthira. The Bahu stands for Arjuna. The trunk stands for Bhima. And both the legs stand for Nakula and Sahadeva. And then he adds, but the heart stands for Krishna. And he says, since this is the way in which they were united and then they live, throughout their life, in spite of all the difficulties, they made it. Okay. So here is the order in which we want to put the God first, others next, and then the me last. The last priority that we can talk about very briefly is, Swami always cautioned us, Daiva Priti, Papa Biti, Sanganiti. This should be the three orders of priority. When we take to that priority, responsibility priority list is what I would always say. Very briefly, the Swami's Chinnakada, where there was this boy who was very, very naughty, making the life of his dad very difficult. So dad was relaxing on a Sunday. So dad wanted to have free time reading the newspaper. He just tore a map there of the world map, and he gave it to the child, it seems. And he said, why don't you set it right? This is a beautiful, good puzzle to have. And the boy was interested in puzzles. He started doing that. The dad's viewpoint is, even I can't set it right, the world map. Where will this boy do it? He will at least take minimum 1 hour or half an hour. So I can happily read the newspaper. This is what the dad was thinking. The boy comes back in 5 minutes. Dad was amazed. He said, what happened? How could you do it? And he said, now you should promise me whatever you promised me, you should give me. If you promise me, I'm going to tell you how I did it. And of course, the dad says, oh, okay, I'll do it. Then he turns it around and then he shows that actually the world map was nothing but a human map, the map of a human body. And since I knew human body, the world is map. I need not know the world. And Swami gave this Chinnakada and said, this is everything about transformation. The individual is the first priority for the transformation through Daiva Priti, loving God. Right? And then instead of that, we are fearing God. That's our whole problem. But he says, fear something, that is Papa. In fact, Papa is the Papa of staying away from God. Fear that, Swami said. And then both of them contributing towards what? Sanganiti. Ensure that as long as you are living in the society, see that the moral order is there. So I think these three, just to summarize, these are the three priorities we need to keep in mind to all the younger brothers. The Purusharthas, the 4 priorities, God first, others next, me last, Daiva Priti, Papa Biti, Sanganiti. This is what Bharatiya Samskriti handles as a priority list to us. That's what I feel.
So all the panel members have actually expressed their ideas, and we have taken support from the epics and the scriptures. But then all that is fine. But then in the context of my today's situation, when I am faced with a situation, do these really work for me? Do we have any anecdotes, or do we have any proof to say that yes, they do help me in my day-to-day life? I would like you to kindly reflect on this aspect of this point, whether this is really relevant to me in my present day-to-day life. So in this context, I would again request the panel members to reflect on this, and I would first ask Sainath sir to express his views.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Brother JK. Actually, remember when we started the panel discussion, actually a couple of us were actually saying that there are experiences in the world that shake our very foundations. We ourselves asked that question many times, how relevant are our ancient scriptures to modern day world? But every time we have that shaking experience, Bhagwan invariably sends someone in our lives, that shows us that, it's very much relevant. If I will be very honest over here, it is not very easy to give weightage to values and morals and still survive in this society. But if you ask me whether it's impossible, no. The experience of actually standing by our values, the experience of actually standing by what our ancient scriptures taught us, And yes, in the short term, there will be some kind of brickbats coming, but in the long term, the experience is just out of the world. Yeah, there are material gains at some points of time, but more than that is the ability to sleep peacefully at night with keeping a hand on our heart and telling, I have done nothing wrong. I have seen people, who go to doctors and psychiatrists, unable to sleep because there is so much of guilt about what they have done. But I have seen people, who are able to sleep peacefully under the tree without any kind of problems because they have done nothing wrong. They stood by their values. So to my young brothers here who are standing, there will be initial problems, there will be initial hiccups, but trust me, in the long run, it is worth standing by our ethics and values, which our ancient culture says. You will see enough experience of that in the world outside. I remember once when I was the dean at IIIT Basar, and there was one very sad case which came to us. One of our students, while she was returning from her home to the campus, she was trying to board a running train and unfortunately slipped and fell under the running train. Of course, the train was still slow, so the others who were there could pull her out. Unfortunately, her legs got crushed under the train. So she was, I don't have to tell you the damage, which made her miss out an entire semester. Now, as per the rules of the institution, she was not eligible to continue that year. But then the first person who came to her rescue was the head of the department of hers. So he came up to me and he showed me her grades. He showed me her character. He got me testimonials about how devoted and dedicated that student was. Always soft-spoken, would focus on her education, was very helpful by nature. And there were so many of her friends who came up to me and said, sir, she's a very helpful person. She's a very honest person, never missed her class. So I took out the records and we discovered that she was always a 9+ CGPA. Number one, that means she was a very good student. Number two, her attendance was always above 95%. And here were a group of students who were telling this, she was one of the most sincere, dedicated and honest person who was ever there. And this is where I had to take a decision as the dean. So my main concern here was, in these days where we do not have good examples to look up to, where youngsters do not have good examples to lead their life on, we should make this person stand up as an example. So we should tell them that if you are sincere in your job, if you are dedicated, if you are disciplined in your task, the system will discriminate. It will use its discrimination to back you. So I took up her case, went to the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor also was not sure. So he took me to the Executive Council when it next met, and I passionately defended her case. My only concern was this. I said, sir, in these days when youngsters are going astray, here is a person who, despite losing her legs, for no fault of hers, is ready to come on a wheelchair, attend the classes and take the exams. Here is a person who, with a dedication and discipline, has maintained a consistently good academic record. If the system cannot back such people, what is the purpose of creating an example to the youngsters today? I won. And when I said I won, please don't for a moment imagine it was my greatness. Like yesterday we were having a discussion, it was Swami who made it happen. And this was a classic example I remember even to this day, which I would like to say, my dear brothers, if you stand by your values, if you stand by your virtues, somewhere the system will come to your rescue. Don't for a moment think that people are not watching what you are doing. They are watching with the thousands of eyes. Somewhere an eye and the spirit that backs you will appear and do you good. A second example I would like to tell you is about our own brother who, in the initial days when the MBA was first started in the university, this brother finished his MBA, and Satsai Institute of Higher Learning, I must tell you, at that point in late 80s was relatively unknown. It was relatively unknown. In fact, I remember one of our students when they went into Indian Institute of Sciences for attending the interview, even though he did a very good job, one of the professors very sarcastically told him, you people are only good for doing bhajans, nothing else. That person is now, I don't want to name him, he's in a very high position. Today, our own students, by virtue of their values, are beating India's premier students and taking their place for higher educations. We are on par with them. How did we get there? So what happened to this student when he went in interview was the the panel asked him this question. We heard that your Sai Baba creates lots of things. He gifts people many things like rings, watches, and bracelets. What has he gifted you? And this boy thought for a moment and he said, sir, if I may answer, I come from a very poor background. My economic status is not very good in our family. Having come from such a background, if I have acquired this kind of education that is today enabling me to stand in front of the leaders of the industry and take this interview, that self-confidence is the greatest gift which God, Bhagavan, has given me. So the true gifts are they're within us, they are within us. And that is what is the standing example which I'm never tired of quoting. A third one, once again, was another one of our students who was actually hired in a company which also had the members from the so-called India's premier institutions. But what this gentleman discovered from our institution when he went to work there was that the MD of the company, whenever a critical, crucial task had to be given, he always chose this person. And one of our faculty members, he actually wrote a testimonial for our student. And when one of the faculty members got in touch with him and asked, why was this? He had no hesitation in saying, see, in a critical task, I need people who are dedicated and sincere. I don't need people who will quote me theories. So what the world values at some point of time, it will come out. And what that values is sincerity, dedication, hard work. These are all byproducts of an education that gives us character, not materials. So these are the three examples which I have always found of, and I will repeatedly tell that yes, there is very much relevance of our ancient educational system. The scriptures, the values which our culture has spoken us is very much relevant in today's world. We are seeing proof of it all around us.
Nicely put, sir. We really need to internalize these values so that they come to our assistance when we really need them. Actually, so truly said, sir. Next, I will, due to want of time, I'll request the panelists to possibly, just maybe give an incident or two or give an anecdote or two from your side. Next, I will request Brother Vinod to share some thoughts from his side. Brother Vinod.
Yeah, Sairam, brother. I was just talking about, I think, Cheppinettu Chestara and how, that was such a critical thing as we've seen. And in my personal experience, in fact, my first Pada Namaskar was just outside Trai Vrindavan as a student just joining into the MBA program. And we were so delighted. And I remember that in that very first interaction, I had the opportunity to just ask Swami, didn't know what to ask. So I just said, Swami, when are you coming to Parthi? Right? In fact, I used to address him as Krishna and asked him that way. And when are you coming? And so he said, I will come after 2 days, right? As students, many people were asking many things, different things were going on. We were just so delighted. It was the first Pada Namaskar and everything else has vanished, right? Including what Swami had said. Actually, it was just that we had interacted with him that stayed on. And we all went to Parthi very happy with these blessings that, Swami has said this. And we just went back, got into our groove, into the schedule, just getting into the hostel, enjoying the first few days. Little did we imagine that, every word that Swami says is absolute truth, right? Absolute truth. Couple of days later, just to cut the whole thing short, but couple of days later, Swami actually drove all the way from Vrindavan to Parthi, right? Took Aarti in Parthi and went back to Vrindavan, right? To a lot of people, it was like, what is Swami doing? Such a thing hasn't happened. You can go back to the year 2005, the 2nd of June. And for many people, it might have been what exactly is happening. They would have just left it as another incident. But to me, it was, to me as a student, this is the way it hit me, right? Vinod Karthik, you may be an insignificant part of this entire creation. But if I have given you a promise, I will fulfill it as God. This was the statement that hit me when it came from Swami, right? It doesn't matter what it means. But Swami said he will come to Parthi. He came all the way from Vrindavan to take Aarti in Parthi just to keep his word. And this completely kind of told me that come what may, he will do what he has said. We don't need to worry whether he will do it. And by the same logic, we as students, when we've been involved with the work at Sai Krishna Charitable Trust, we said, it's difficult to pick up all the different principles, but we said we'll try and follow at least one or two of them, as Swami says. So we said, come what may, we are not going to pay a bribe because as we already identified, corruption is something that completely kind of spoils the system. So in a lot of experiences in our interactions with, say, education officers, quite often, the government, as we are all aware of, right? nothing moves without a bribe, we say. I can tell you that by Swami's grace, we've had to spend a lot of time probably just outside government offices. But yes, without a bribe, things can move. Today, we know that there are people in the government who respect Sai Krishna Charitable Trust and the entire alumni community for what is going on, primarily because we stand for Satya over even Seva. Because as Swami says, a spoon of cow's milk is worth more than a barrel of donkey's milk. So we said, we'll try and prioritize Satya. And coming back to a quick third anecdote, right? What we learn in the hostel, I think many of our brothers mentioned about the brotherly love that is exhibited by the Pandavas or in the Ramayana by Rama and his brothers. I mean, this is something that all of us are going to be blessed to experience in our future few years. Each of you, as I think hostel boys, will learn it. And I can tell you that this beautifully fructified in the COVID relief seva. Yeah, it beautifully fructified, where all of our brothers were able to kind of work under this umbrella of brotherhood of man, fatherhood of God, where, just a Sairam brother was good enough and, different helplines got set up so quickly. It was exactly a fructification of what we call as the whole universe conspires to fulfill the work of good and the word of God. So, Sairam, with that, I think I'd just like to conclude.
Thank you, Brother Karthik. I'm sure we have many more such anecdotes and incidents, but due to lack of time, I think we will have to keep them for some other day. I will quickly request Brother Chandrasekhar to summarize in a few words or few sentences what should be the takeaway for us from this discussion, this panel discussion.
Just to be very brief, the COVID pandemic has actually vindicated the relevance of Bharatiya culture. Whatever they're talking about, whether not touching and using a namaste or the quarantine system or masking up or hand washing, shaucham, all this is part of integral to the way of Bharatiya culture. So for us, it can't get more contemporary than that, right? And also, if you see our entire lifestyle, there are festivals all through the calendar year. Any festival that we celebrate has obviously all the elements of health and then science and this inbuilt into the way we celebrate festivals, including the traditions and the food that we this one. A simple example being Ganesh Chaturthi, we make that undra, the steamed food, which is actually very relevant to the season, the rainy season that is there. And they do that uthak baitak, no, that in front of Ganesha. That now the Western people call that as super brain yoga. So which means whatever are part of our traditions, suddenly the pranayama that we do, they call it cardiac coherent breathing. I mean, you can give it whatever name you want, but we already had it. So it can't get more contemporary than that. But just because it has been exported and repackaged and then coming back to us, we don't have to, be awe in that science rather than not having pride in our own culture. You can't see a better example of Bharatiya culture or divine love than what Swami has established, the university that Swami has established, the hospitals, etc. This is a manifestation of Swami's love, right, to mankind. Many people said all this is impractical. So what can be more practical than Swami has physically showed, saying that, I can, Bharatiya culture says education should be free, healthcare should be free, water should be free, and then Swami has done it and shown it. So what more proof than we are already part of the system and discussing the same thing. This itself shows, this discussion itself is a proof that Bharatiya culture actually is contemporary and is the solution, one-shot panacea for all the problems that the world is plagued today.
Thank you, brother, for so beautifully summarizing the entire discussion that we had in the past 1 hour or so. I would say right now, as I understand it, Bhagwan is our sole example of the epitome of Bharatiya Samskriti, and he has made it so conducive for us. Like he says, we are the saplings here in the institute when we are students, and he surrounds us with this fence with so-called the rules and regulations, and he gives us so much nourishment in the form of all this various occasions like summer courses, the Dashera celebration, so on and so forth. And then he feeds us with these values which will really help us build up our character and help us ahead in life. So nicely put. I would like to thank the panel members for taking time out and being part of this panel and sharing their wisdom with the students. Thank you, sirs. I will now hand back the mic to Brother Abhishek. Brother Abhishek.
Sairam sir. Thank you, Dr. J.K. Kiran Kumar, for moderating the panel discussion. I thank all the members of the panel for their precious pointers on how relevant Bharatiya culture is today in our lives. With this, we come to the end of the morning session. At 3 p.m., the students would be breaking into smaller groups to deliberate on a divine discourse by Bhagwan. The students are requested to join the Google Meet link provided to them by the respective teacher coordinators. The teacher coordinators are also requested to end the discussion by 3:55 p.m. At 4 p.m., there would be a musical presentation by our student brothers from the Brindavan campus, and all are requested to join the link provided in the program schedule. Sai Ram.